this one which has always here. I don't believe in a real person. I think it's a bot. Always a big brother watching. Anyway, I guess I should say welcome back, Abby. It's been like forever, but I stay, stay on course. I keep up with the needful. Follow the signals. Abi, as we say in beer parlor, follow the money. Anyway, I dey find a video to start with, but like say we'll go the headline ways. And we will miss everywhere. What is happening locally. So let's connect. So what are we talking about, Seth? Don't worry, I know. You know, force me to be here. I've got plenty. Yes, this poster. I think I go there first. Should be able to add another screen. Um, extra camera and local video. All right. So I think I should go this. Should I start with the video? No. Yes, I say video. The poster. Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Yeah. Speaks like that. So let's start from the left corner. We got like Shina professionals, I should prefer call them those that works in mainstream media. Then Abati and Koda analyze headlines. So let's start from left corner side. Court grant Iginge bail in alleged fraud case. Other ex-minister to submit travel documents. Um, his whole idea of submit document. Like if these people really want to leave Nigeria, like when I mean these people, this top notch. These guys we get we don't I don't know about how much they get. They have let's say an executive governor for X amount of years. I mean, so you don't get corner for everywhere. Any border where you show up, you go. So I don't even understand why. I don't know. Yeah, maybe because maybe I don't know. I don't know the state of his health or how fragile or frail or whatever it is. But the idea now, poor man go say, "Give me your poor man." Say, "I no even know, no be Nigeria." Like, come on now. There are more people that left Nigeria without passport than those that actually left came through the official way. So I don't get your point. But anyway, maybe not because of me be Ajepako, so I can it's laughable. Then we be these are bodies of the ballers of the baller. So maybe I can give them a little bit of blood pressure. So who knows? Anyway, but I think there's much to Ingige special. So these people will then say they stop for Pilongpe. They were stopped in Burkina Faso with everybody they talk why and why. Let me see. I don't even know why. So but let's see. What why this guy get belligerent? Yeah. It's funny man. He said this is what this is the kind of pit excels of the Secretary of War now, as it's called, and Donald Trump kick against. See the report belly. It look fucking ridiculous. But I know our guy is fit. The number one in charge is fit. For I know this guy when they younger man. Go be that Iska this guy. This Tokor, I mean Tokar. It go be that Iska. Where Mercy. You guys see where he go school first. Let's see. Minister of what? Of Foreign Affairs, huh? Uh, Ambassador Yusuf Tukur Tuga. Sorry, I said Tukur Tuga. Tuga was educated in Mamata, United States International University. What the fuck is that? University of Bath, University of Cambridge. See, and this. Let me see. United States International University, which was non-profit university based in San Diego. Come on over now. Are you serious? Like just right down the street. Hmm. California, that was created by the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. At its peak, it had two additional American campuses and three international locations. It was merged into Alliance International University in 2021, which became a for-profit benefit corporation in 2015. United States International University, former name Bilbao Law College, Bilbao University, California University, that's from 1924 to 2001, founded Leland Grant Stanford. Hmm. So I can tell say the guy just kind of bad boy in him, kinda than the Iska, the way in the talk, because I don't think he just you know. Anyway, now my assumption is clear that I'm not just fucking around. Anyway, so let's see what's the message. The delegation sent by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and 11 released Nigerian Air Force personnel expected back in Nigeria today, Thursday. Understand after securing their release from Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso, Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, met with 11 Nigerian Air Force personnel. The Traore supporters were like, shaking it. That's good. That's a plus one for him. Whatever be the case, which I don't know. So I can't speculate. As a power, as a regional power, you know, candidate, if I should say, once in a while, we would express it, they would flex muscle. So they were released 10 days of detention. Now, these people, well, which hotel they put them? Maybe that's the question I should be asking. Burkina Faso authority initially held the aircraft and its crew over alleged airspace violation, describing the incident as a breach of sovereignty. Investigation by the Confederation of Sahel States and Burkina Faso official reportedly conducted that the aircraft lacked prior authorization hmm, to enter Burkina Faso. Following diplomatic engagement, President Bola dispatched a special envoy to Ouagadougou, to engage. Let's see. I don't know what really happened until many years to come. I think it's one of those secrecy. Senate confirmed Kayode Omokri, INEC chairman as ambassador. It's a boring news. That's my governor. Paco Rescue. Governor Paulo expressed sadness over tragic tanker fire accident. Ooh, it's like what's the tragedy, man? Come on, don't go to control your tankers or we control you. They one place, they flex muscle, they expose people. Or you say they overspend beyond their earning because at the same time they try give you run for your own money. We'll get to that road one of the days, I promise. So, especially when I don't go jump to conclusion, I don't know about nine tank and 9 day involved or not. Anyway, but hey, it contributes more to the tanker accident in Nigeria than any other person. The governor of Edo State, Monday Paulo, described the tragic fire incident in Auchi, Etsaka, West Local Government. That's my fucking village, man. It's like my playground. Following the fall of a petrol tanker, which led to the fire involving several vehicles, as painful as unfortunate Dangote, I think. Yet again, you carry the headline. Pablo assured the people of Auchi that the Edo State governor is working closely with the relevant emergency and safety agency to assess the situation, support the affected family, and da 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 da. Okay. Okay. Correct, you correct. Um, let me see. To political news. I am a grassroots politician. This thing right here, man, I don't get it, man. There's something to this. This shit now be. But Latin should not trust this guy. That's all I can say. The guy is spy. his whole body composition, his whole DNA, na malware. So the guy is strapped. He is strapped from his waist, from his sheet. Them those shit. He go carry data. But you not trust this guy. He's not Atiku boy. You can't just come and be playing one kind. Well, trust my man. Trust the old man. You know what's up. I'm a grassroots politician from to speak on detention, defection to APC. All right, let's see. Adamawa State Governor has asserted that he is a grassroots politician who is open to opposition. Man, fuck this motherfucker. I think is a spy. He's working for Atiku and he work for him till death do them part. Bafarawa speak on joining APC months after dumping PDP. I wonder, I don't know what they want. Bafarawa they want. Let me see. What does he want, man? Still want to be a minister? Huh? Is that what you want? Alright, let's see. Former governor of Sokoto State, Atahiru Bafarawa, has dismissed report linking him with the All Progressive Congress, describing the claim as false and deliberate misleading. Report that Bafarawa, who resigned from the PDP in January 2015, made the clarification, a statement made available to journalists on December 18th. He described the allegation of this as, that's why I say, what the hell does he want, man? He said, let me state without equivocation that I have not joined the APC. I have no intention of joining the APC. However, I also have no intention of joining any other political party. Bullshit. Now that is crap. He said, let me state without equivocation that I have not joined APC. Okay, I heard you. But that second part, he said, and I have no intention of joining the party whatsoever. Okay, given. He continues, I've also have no intention of joining any other political party. Now that's a crap. That's a fucking bullshit. No. Yorùbá say mo ti gbọ́, àmọ́ mi ò gbà ó. Rárá. I heard you saw, but hell the fuck no. He'll be back. He'll be back. That's why I was waiting if won. But there's something for him. There's something. He'll be back. He's looking for a better day. So if you support that, don't join APC. What nice. So there's no point going further. Since he has no intention. Myself, I know he get intention to keep reading your crap. Wicked back PDP caretaker dissolve 14 state executive shareholder Congress for January 16. we get all split PDP into two. That's what it is. If I can't have it, you can have it. That's what is that the game I play? Wicked. Huh? It is about because the article don't join ADC means they don't finish with PDP. Nah. Anyway, interesting times ahead. In that regard. Oh my God. Budget presentation, Tinubu writes to National Assembly. Obaseki is a free citizen. He can stay wherever he likes. PDP, fire back. This motherfucker go see John APC. I see it. I see it. Obaseki go see John APC. That's the only way to remain relevant. That's just it. That's the only way. But to serve under Oshomole, Nigeria, that where his ego is going to be bruised, I guess. But the way they go so is on his way. It's coming. So Fubara said I was not really member of PDP. Every time everything suffered was imposed on me by the party. Fubara. Fubara, I go get ticket for second time so. Because I understand maybe those are the conditions you were given. You have to denounce your past and all that kind of shit. I get it. But you ever think for a minute these people they play you because you have done the administration. You put a stain in the administration. I don't think that is a forgiving the issue. Tinubu no go forgive you. You ain't coming back. I put my money on that shit. That nigga ain't coming back. Fubara is not coming back. I think he's done. He's done. He has been a bad boy. Because the Tinubu history we remember Tinubu administration. I remember what transpires in Rivers. Anytime democracy is on the table, that will be used as a reference. As a matter of fact, I believe the OB angle of the um, opposition, that's what is going to run on in 2027. So for that's a crime that I think Tinubu will not ever forgive you for. So I don't think he's coming back. Or just my playing. I'm not. I'm not. I want to be wrong. I'm staying on that shit. His nigga ain't coming back. That's Fubara. Okay. So let's go to the menu for the menu for the menu for the day. Topical, the topical, the topics for the day. It's another second hide there watching or listening, whatever the heck you're doing, you are sighted. So today we shall talk about the business insider Africa. I saw this shit on the Instagram, and it got my attention. Maybe because it supports my biasness. I stayed on my ground that whoever actually wants to bring change of any sort, you have to recruit from the forgotten ones. It's as simple as that. There's no way. Just go there, organize them, introduce them to the mainstream conversation, and their job is done. The rest will be history. Just as America will select few people, select few Africans, educate them in Harvard, Yale, those, top-notch university, and send them back. God, they will know they'll come around things. Just flip the script. Flip the goddamn script. Just the same thing. What? the miseducation of the Negro, that book says about shit like this. Just go and educate it that when you control a man's thinking, you don't worry about his goddamn action. That's what you do. That's how this center of organizing. You conscientize them to point of extract the way they think and watch revolution unfold. So when they say the revolution will not be televised, it's exactly what they're talking about. Go and bring 5%, just 5% of 130 million dimensional poor people who are disconnected. Just if we can bring 5% of those people, what is the 5% of make let's do the maths. 5% of of 500, that's 130,000. Let's just random shit like that. It's about 65,000. No, what am I saying? Yeah. Oh shit. I'm talking about 130 million people. My bad. 5% of that is just about what? Roughly about 6 million, or around to 6 million people. That's all you need to bring into the into the mainstream. They go confused. Everything will change. The game, the country will readjust itself. Less than 10 million people. That's exactly what. Let's just say, okay, let's round it up to 10 million people. Go into that 130 million people who, as far as I'm concerned, children in rural communities. Bring them, just organize them, conscientize them, just connect them to the conversation, to the mainstream conversation. Everything will change. They will be confused. Chaos will be everywhere. Then you start negotiating. That's revolution. That's it. It's as clear as this. It's just as simple as that. But it takes time, it takes resources. There'll be fights. There will be a lot of things. It's just a normal life. A lot of things will happen. People will be betrayed, killed. You know what I mean? But it has to be at a point that it takes life on its own. Unstoppable revolution. That's what it means. It will lead to that. It will change everything. So, as I always said, a Christian will not wake up and say, I want to go to the Muslim community and convert them. It doesn't make sense to anybody. They do have a conversation. They do ask about, say, okay, I'll make it as a goal. This Muslim community, I must turn into Christian. Or vice versa. See, Muslim could just wake up and say, man, I go meet Redeemer. All the church people like privy to the combine. They say all of them know the same thing. They speak different language. But the Christian do it in the south the most. Why they not do it in Muslim? They go out there on the streets. When I did not, I don't want to tell you how many How many crusade I don't sit down for streets? It's Allah people. They preach the word. They, encourage the common people to come to the faith. The same thing. Our Christian people go a fishing, crusade everywhere, where there are unbelievers. So in the political time, 133 million people, there are 133 million unbelievers out there. So you, the pastor, the imam, which is now the political class who want to be elected, or those who want to change things, go as a blueprint. Just go there. I mean, we know in our people, all of us are from the same place, so it's not something you have to go there and speak a different language. No. If I have to go and do the job, none of everybody's men will be voted for because I will tell them, vote for people you sit down, if you close for work. If you go close for where he represent you finish, they come house. The beer parlor where you go sit down drink beer na the same beer parlor una go sit down, the same joint una. Vote for people you can actually feel the weight of their responsibility of their actions. That will be my own. As simple as that. So all the noise we they make from internet to radio station to TV, that's why it's easy for these few people to rig the election. Because majority have been kept out of the system. Then another half of the remaining ones, according to the last INEC election, were what 90 something million people registered, right? Out of that 97 million people, 75% of them were annihilated, so they take part in the process. That scared them out of the process, or they rig them out. So how many people? At the end of the day, less than 30 million people take active process in that voting. 30 million people. So say why it's very easy to manipulate and whatever else. So if that is even the reality, why else would I look out for or support anyone who doesn't want to do the job? And when they come to see me, they support somebody who represents, even though that's not out or that's what the people that put in there, but the image, yeah, the nomenclature, The swag where the guy they give me is that of a village man. That's all I want. I mean that. I mean, in political, in power bargain, you don't get what you want. You take what you get. That's in this case. We don't have control of or how the candidate emerge from their party. If we have a control over that as of now, then why you know we'll say okay why would I support such or so person? But I ain't got that privilege, so I had to make do whatever they throw out for us. So revolution starts. Any change that we really want, it's by the people. It's still the organic way. Forget all this noise, all this technology come. It helps, but put in action, physical action, and that's still the only way to get people to the poll. If you are not ready to dine and wine and live with the low propensity voters, those who are not bombarded with information as me and you do, those who are not as privileged to know how the complex system of democracy, governance system works, those people are low propensity information voters. Until you reach out to them, these are the 130 million people that this polls is talking about.
It's not irrational. It just breaks the norms. But the norm was obsolete.
No more. Abs-
What has changed is the threat of communism is gone, even in China, which is still a communist country. It's the party's there, but the ideology is not functioning. At the same time, Russia is not the threat it was, and Europe is not the shattered continent that it was. So the world has changed, and therefore, in a rational country, foreign policy changes. Foreign policy has been changing. But at some point, you have to make a dramatic shift, a very public shift. And that's what Trump has chosen to do. And this is not a surprise. This is what he ran on when he ran for president, and he was elected on it.
Well, this is the thing. In many ways, as you said before, things have been changing over the past several years. Obviously, since Trump came back into office in January, we've seen a large degree of what this document has said. In many ways, it's odd that it's come out now when actually it's sort of been in place since January in many respects, really. I mean, do you think that's fair? Did we not already know this?
I think we knew this, but on the other hand, there was still a feeling in the world that somehow this was an illegitimate policy, that somehow the United States was betraying its trust of the world, that somehow the United States was not a moral nation if it put itself first, that somehow the United States had a moral obligation. So even under the Biden administration, we did not send troops to Ukraine. We sent weapons, all right? This was one of the first times that the Russians had acted militarily, that the United States did not send troops. And so already under Biden, you were seeing the shift. So everybody looks back on Biden as fully supporting the Ukrainians, only with weapons, and then let the Ukrainians die. There were no Americans fighting.
But I guess people would say that was to avoid nuclear war.
It was to avoid nuclear war, but in fact, I doubt very much the Russians wanted mutual assured destruction, or they would go to war for that. The Russians thought they would overrun Ukraine in a matter of months, which was the view the world had. And their failure showed them that, well, they do have nuclear forces, but they don't have very effective military forces. A minor country like Ukraine held them very, very neatly. So the world has changed. And the world has changed, and the Americans became America first only after they were forced into the war by the Japanese and Germans. They did not want to get into it. So this is returning to an old view that was present, which is that we have two oceans protecting us from the mayhem of the Eastern Hemisphere. Let's stay on our side. And that was called isolationism as it was negative. It was avoiding the chaos of the Eastern Hemisphere. Now, during the Cold War, we had no choice. It was either let the Soviet Union dominate the Eastern Hemisphere or take a stand. We took a stand. And that stand was also for America first, forgetting for the moment the moral character of the war. The United States did not want the Eastern Hemisphere dominated by the Soviet Union, exploiting its wealth to build forces. So when you look at it that way, the oddity was that in the 20th century, we fought 3 European wars: the First World War, the Second World War, and the Cold War, as well as other wars, okay? That was not in the nature of the United States. It was something that had to be done. But it no longer has to be done, so we return to the primary interest of the United States, its own national security, as our well-being.
And let's look at the sort of immediate hemisphere there, the Western Hemisphere, which is obviously the priority for the US in this document. I mean, really, we're talking about the Americas there. This is obviously a reinforcement of the Monroe Doctrine, but Trump's sort of given it his own twist as well, hasn't he?
Well, the Monroe Doctrine basically said that we would not tolerate, we might not be able to stop it, European interference in the Western Hemisphere. During much of the Cold War, the Soviets did interfere in the Western Hemisphere, Cuba being the best example, but they also operated covert operations throughout Latin America. And that was an issue. At the same time as those covert operations were being carried out by the Russians, the cartels, the drug cartels emerged, which represent a significant threat to the United States. The drug problem is serious and so on. But also there is the fear that what if the Chinese come into the Western Hemisphere? There's a vulnerability for us in the Western Hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine basically said that if the Europeans entered the Western Hemisphere and Latin America, they were likely to take on the United States, to try to reoccupy the United States. And this, in a way, is a return to the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine said, we have a primary interest in this hemisphere. And since we don't have any possibility of doing anything in the Eastern Hemisphere, they left that part out. The part he added was, that Trump has added, we have a fundamental interest in the Western Hemisphere and a minimal interest in the Eastern Hemisphere, unless it goes berserk, as it did in World War I, World War II, and avoided war because the United States and the Russians are very careful to avoid war during the Cold War.
So in that respect, I suppose, has much changed with regards to the Western Hemisphere? I mean, of course, a lot of what this document says is being linked to the military buildup in the Caribbean in regards to Venezuela. Is there much link there to current ongoings, or is this really just more of the same as it always has been?
I think something else is happening in Latin America, which people don't note. There were three great exporting powers under industrialism. The first was the American. The United States was a great exporter to Europe. That's how it grew, by exporting. The second one was Japan, that emerged in the 1950s as a great exporting power. The third was China, a great exporting power. Now, all these had periods where they hit the wall, not sliding into nothingness, but we had the Great Depression. The Japanese had the lost decade. The Chinese are now floundering. So there has always been, during industrialism, a great exporting power. It was always one that you would never expect it to arise. No one expected the United States, a third world power, to arise. No one expected Japan, after World War II, to arise as a great exporting power. And certainly no one thought the Chinese could ever amount to anything much. So when you look at the world, you're looking for, okay, who's the next great exporting power? And the first idea that you'll have is, who's the most laughable one? Well, there are many laughable ones, but the one that's laughable, but quite possible, is Latin America. Brazil is becoming a serious country. Argentina is as well. And when we look at them, we're looking at those countries in the United States as evolving fairly rapidly into something that might be as impossible to believe as that China would become the second greatest economic power in the world. So when we look at Latin America, there are tremendous opportunities for a very prosperous Western Hemisphere emerging. Some ground has to be cleared where the primary industry and primary exports are not drugs. But you're seeing that already happen in countries other than Venezuela. Venezuela, linked to Russia very closely, and to Cuba very closely, is the odd man out in Latin America. Much of Latin America is evolving quite well. So there are two dimensions to this. One, the drug issue. Secondly, the fact that Venezuela is undermining the possibility of economic development in the Western Hemisphere. That the United States has done much investment in the Eastern Hemisphere and has fought many wars in the Eastern Hemisphere. But I think part of this action in Venezuela is truly against the cartels, their danger, but also clearing the ground for a more prosperous Western Hemisphere. Remember, the United States had its national security based on two oceans, the Pacific and the Atlantic. So long as we control those two oceans, the United States cannot be invaded unless Canada gets angry at us or the Mexicans, and they're not going to do that. So at the base of this is the view, look, there is a potentially prosperous hemisphere here that allows us to be the leading power in that hemisphere and keeps us from having to evolve ourselves with wars that the Russians might sponsor or the Chinese might sponsor. So the American strategy is to reach an understanding both with Russia and with China, as this document, particularly about China, spoke, and to focus ourselves on the Western Hemisphere's evolution. It's not irrational. It just breaks the norms. But the norm was obsolete. After 80 years, the norm was a fantasy. It was not an impoverished Europe, unable to defend itself. It was, from the American point of view, a very prosperous Europe using the claim that it cannot defend itself to avoid defense spending and avoid sending their troops into combat.
Click the link in the description for access to our free newsletter, and for a limited time, you'll receive an instant download of our special report on NATO's Eastern Line by senior analyst Antonia Kolobasanu.
The Polish position.
When America kick the European powers out of North and South America, that's what led them to assemble themselves in Berlin, the famous Berlin 1845, to go look for food for somewhere else. Of course, a continent called Africa. They are facing that kind of threat again. They are already coming. France already in Nigeria. Germans are there. The Chinese are there. See, we're back to square one again. Our story is going to be rewritten. The only thing that shall be different is the time, but it's the same thing.
A miracle baby is here with us. After
This interview I just know now of the Faroti saying Obi has to change his ways. Let me see. Oh, short interviews here.
Peter Obi's candidacy is flying on the wings of hope. Those who would ordinarily have given up on the system and refused to get involved, but who have found hope in the belief that Peter Obi might deliver on the dreams of Nigeria, the potentials, the undoubted potentials of this blighted land. All of those ones have become energized simply because of the fact that they found that, as my people, the Yorubas will say, from the black pot emerges the white pap. Because this man came through this horrible system, but he ruled in a state for 8 years and he left indelible marks. He went against the grain. When everybody were busy lining their pockets, he served the people. He served. Demonstrably, he served. In this land where they are busy squandering the wealth and riches of the people, he saved money. He invested. Thinking attended the governance of a state in Nigeria. The leader actually led. So, you know, his candidacy has ignited popular imagination and struck a chord where people are thinking, maybe this is actually possible. That hope is what is propelling the candidacy. And people have caught fire simply because they believe in the possibilities of Nigeria under the rule of a man who appears to understand what he wants to do with power and who has done it in the past, proven himself. It is unusual in this country of ours. A man ruled a state like Anambra for 8 years. He wrested powers from the Uba, and they think that one is a softie, somebody who can take power from the Uba. These were people who controlled Banuju, or whatever that one's name was. These were murderous people who killed Barnabas Igwe, the NBA chairman. I believe in Onitsha. Look, these were not easy people. Peter Obi fought them to a standstill, took over the state, made the state work to the point where people are clapping years after he had left. There is a basis to be excited. And I would say that Peter Obi probably represents the last opportunity for the ruiners of Nigeria to get out of power without bloodshed. That's my honest belief, because he actually represents a transition to a change that can be orderly, because the old system is no longer sustainable. It is no longer, it's patently unsustainable. So that's what is propelling it. It is hope that is propelling his candidacy. And that is what's driving everything. If we can enthrone Obi in Nigeria, what it means is that that country, one of only two in the whole of Africa that has the capacity to propel the black race to prominence, finally has a thinking, visionary leadership. It simply also means that the people transformed from indigents into citizens, because that is the only way they would elect a Peter Obi in a place like Nigeria. In a place like Nigeria, it is usually the Emilokons of this world. It is usually the Mekanos of this world. That's Atiku and Tinubu, usually in a place like Nigeria, those are the ones who get elected, because usually the people would always validate the stereotypes and always take one of the evil twins. But unusually, and for some pretty weird reason that are only known to God, and I'm sorry I have to call the mistake into this issue, but truly, when you look at the Peter Obi candidacy, you begin to realize that certain things that are falling never there. Peter Obi is more or less the beneficiary of a struggle, sometimes some of which he knew nothing about. He just is the man in the right place at the right time, and things are falling into place. And if that should happen in Nigeria, it is bound to have a ripple effect across the length and breadth of Africa. Look at the kind of shenanigan that happened with Nigeria and Kenya in the deportation, or rather the rendition of Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria. If our country had been under the rule or leadership of a man who obeys the rule of law, who recognizes and values the rule of law, we would never have been involved in that criminal act, because the net effect is that even our own court in Nigeria has pronounced that the rendition of Nnamdi Kanu was illegal. So it simply meant that our government in Abuja, our president, is criminal. We are being led, Nigeria was led into the criminal act of abducting his own citizen in a foreign land. That tells you the kind of thing we have done. We corrupted even Kenya. So what kind of rogue nation have we become in Africa? So if we must become a force for good, Peter Obi's presidency will be a good place to start, because it will send a signal across Africa. The Nigerians have indeed woken up, and we are ready to be better than we have been. When good men build systems, it is not unlike men who plant trees, knowing that they will not live long enough to eat of the fruit of those trees. I believe that Peter Obi has introduced himself sufficiently that the man means what he says. I don't agree with everything he says, but as I have sought to explain to a lot of people, the difference between a political movement and a political party is that in a movement, you might not get everything you want, but you find the overarching ambition and objective of your own collective reflected in the movement. So you come in. When we get to the point where we need to begin to deal with the nuts and bolts of governance, we might have differences in approaches. I am perhaps a little more fundamental in my demands in relation to restructuring, but I understand that it is easy to criticize. It is another thing to govern. He is a politician. I'm a critic. So the politician has to build consensus. The Nigerian people are speaking eloquently across the length and breadth of Nigeria. As I have said earlier on, hopelessness had governed this country for almost 8 years. Complete hopelessness. In the years of the PDP, as clueless as the PDP might have been, it at least traded in hope, and the people could hope. But that hope has been evaporated, completely extinguished under the rule of General Buhari and his horde of locusts. The fact that the two political parties now threw forward what I have earlier described as the two horsemen of the apocalypse and brought forth Emilokon and Mekano, what that did was that it left the people even more despondent. And then Peter Obi showed up. Peter Obi is the X variable, the one they didn't plan for or expect. They never planned for him. The assumption was that we will be snookered into a choice between stupid and evil. He was always going to be between Atiku and whoever the APC was going to throw for. The APC deliberately waited for PDP to confirm his candidacy before presuming to bring out his own. They never factored in an Obi candidacy or a movement evolving around his candidacy. Nigeria has been the business of a lot of people for a long time. The totality of their wealth, everything that sustains their lifestyle, comes from feeding fat on Nigeria. The Peter Obi candidacy, the Obidati movement, threatens their way of life, and they will do anything, including kill, in order to retain that power. We need to remain vigilant, but keep up your hope. There is a lot to be hopeful about, a lot.
I was born in a business family, a trader, basically. If you live in a town where I live on a the only thing you do there is trading. My father was a trader, my mother was a trader. So the only thing I knew about is trading. They insisted I must go to school, but I was more interested in what they were doing. So I grew up, of course, became a trader, got involved in business, like every other young person that grew up in Onitsha. But as I get on in life, I find that there's more in terms of giving back to the society and contributing in building a better society. Even when, of course, you're trying to make money, but there's more in trying to support a better society, in doing things that works for everybody.
There's a story from 2001 where you're with your professor along the lake, and I would love for you to share the story with the audience.
Okay. You know, in my business life and living a life as a young man, I started wondering, you know, I lived in the UK for 10 years, and I see things going well in the UK, and things not going well in Nigeria. Out of curiosity, I said, maybe I wasn't as lucky as Ibrahim. Maybe these people have something, or maybe there's something in these people that is not in those of us in Nigeria. So I decided I'm going to go to most business schools. Just read a few of them today. Economics, Harvard, Columbia, Kellogg, Oxford, Cambridge, INSEAD.
Everything but Wharton, apparently.
You know. In fact, people ask me, said, you are an alumnus of Oxford, Cambridge, what? I said, I was just looking, maybe there must be something that, and I went to all these schools, I didn't. But in 2001, I was in Kellogg. Everybody who has been to Kellogg knows that they have a famous dean of graduate school called Professor Donald Jacob. Yeah. He was almost like he's the founder. So in 2001, I had a 3-month course seminar. He took us on what he called the world economy For 3 months, he never mentioned anything about Africa. Not one day. So a day before the last day, and the last day of that lecture is going to retire. He's been there for 54, 57 years. A day before the end of it, I raised my hand. And I said, Dean Jacob, you have not said anything about Africa. He said, Peter, do you want to know about Africa? I said, yes. I paid $40,000 for this. And you have not spoken about my continent. So what am I doing here? He said, tomorrow I'll tell you about Africa. So the next day, he finished and looked at me and said, do you want to know about Africa? I said, yes. He said, there's nothing called African economy.
Controversial.
I said, have I seen a vehicle called African spec? Now we have American spec, Gulf spec, Asian spec, European spec. Have I ever seen African spec? I said, no. He said, in your country, do you have 5-year, 10-year, 20-year plan? I said, maybe, I think so. I haven't seen one, but I believe there will be somewhere. But I told him, I said, I think so. He said, join me for lunch. So I joined Donald Jacob for lunch. If you know Kellogg very well, it's on bank of Lake Michigan. So after having lunch, we had lunch, he said, let's take a walk by the lake. As we were taking a walk, he asked me, do you have any of your country's currency? I said, yes. That time, the biggest denomination in Nigeria was 100 naira. So I brought 100 naira out. And he brought $100. And he said to me, which of these two currencies do you prefer? And I said, the dollar. He said, why? I said, because it's 100 to 1. 100 naira to $1. So he asked me to keep the dollar. So I kept the dollar. So I've got $10,000 as against 100 naira. So I kept his dollars, and we walked like another about 100 kilometers again. And he said, Peter, he stopped again and said, I should bring out the $100. Of course, I was imagining, because I've already assumed I've gained this money. I hope he's not going to take it back. And I brought it out again, hesitantly, that I don't want to lose it, because for me, it's already home. So I brought it out again. He brought out my 100 naira, and he said to me, Peter, which of these two currencies do you prefer? And again I said, $100. Why? I gave him the same answer. He said, let's sit down. There was like a bench by the lake. He said, let's sit down there. So we sat down, and he looked at me and said, Peter, let me tell you, young man, the only reason why you prefer another country's currency to your currency is the amount of faith you have in your country. You don't have faith in your country. Economy is driven by faith. And you can only have faith in your country if there's a hope. I have taught in this school for 50-something years. There's no country that doesn't have a problem. Chinese people keep their money in Chinese yuan. Singapore in Singaporean dollar. Malaysians in ringgits. And he went around. Then there was no euro. Said Italians in Italian lira. Germans in
Marks.
dogs. German, Brit, UK in pounds. Nobody wants to keep his money. But because you don't have faith in your country, you prefer another country's currency, making it stronger and better. Can I ask you for a favor? I've been interacting with you for the past 3 months. You've always been asking one question or the other. Because there's no day I come to class, I was ready to cover the money I paid. So I make sure I ask questions because I don't want to go back and miss anything.
Get all the tuition worth.
Yes, I want to know that. So I said, he said, you've always asked questions, you've always wanted to know. But today, can I ask you for a favor? I said, okay. He said, go back to your country and participate in building public wealth. Public wealth enriches everybody. Individual wealth impoverishes everybody. You should serve in the public space. That's where you belong. I know you're chairman of a bank, you're this. So if I tell you what I'm saying now, it'll be difficult for you. But you've told me you've reached certain, you've done well for yourself. You can afford to pay for your food. Just go and serve. And that was the last time we spoke, until I met him after being governor.
Oh, wow.
Because I had to come and report to him what happened to me.
Gave him a status update.
Anyway, I went back and something happened. Everybody that know my state or knew what happened in my state then know that schools were closed for 2 years. Children didn't go to school. So I went back with that at the back of my mind. I arrived at my house one day and said to my wife, I'm going to be governor of my state. And it was like Steve Jobs asking John Scully to come and stop selling sugared water. She was like, where are you coming from? You have not voted, you don't have anything. Where are you going? What are you talking? I said, I'm going to be governor of my state. I want to go home and campaign to be governor. I can't continue doing this when the system is collapsing. These children are not in school for 2 years. So I decided to get involved. That's the beginning of my politics. That's why I said until it was changed from that day. So that was my experience. And probably that's what I'm inviting most of you to go and do.
Thank you so much for that.
In a country blessed with human and natural resources, yet burdened by poverty, insecurity, and mistrust, one man has continued to represent hope for millions.
Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the
líǹkì ilẹ̀ Ìgbò mo rí ìtẹ̀síwájú àwọn àlekí ilẹ̀ àwọn fún lówó yìí.
báwo lóye náà ṣe ṣe mí máa bẹ̀rẹ̀
No, they are partners.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n káwọn ní lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. They said you wrote me a lengthy letter.
Second lesson, Genesis chapter 22, verses 15 through 18. God promises to faithful Abraham that in his seed shall all the nations of the earth. And the angel of the Lord called upon Abraham out of heaven the second time and said, said the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sun which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemy. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. This is the word of God. Thanks be to God. great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in the swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly hosts, praising God, and saying, Glory be to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill.
As President Tinubu nominates new leaders to head key petroleum regulatory bodies, court stops police from enforcing tinted glass permits. And later on the show, Burkina Faso released Nigerian Air Force personnel after high-level Nigerian
Well, first of all, I'm leading a delegation sent here by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Tout d'abord, je conduis une délégation envoyée par le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, afin de livrer un message au président Ibrahim Traoré. Un message de fraternité un message de solidarité d'un pays africain à un autre. Nous avons discuté de plusieurs sujets en lien avec la sécurité de notre région, en l'occurrence la lutte contre le terrorisme, sur la manière dont nous devons lutter ensemble contre les fléaux. Nous avons aussi discuté sur des sujets relatifs à l'avion nigérien qui a opéré un atterrissage d'urgence au Burkina Faso après avoir subi une avarie. C'est déplorable qu'il y ait eu des irrégularités dans les documents, notamment sur les autorisations de survol de l'espace burkinabé. Cela est regrettable et nous nous excusons sur cet incident malheureux. Nous avons aussi évoqué le sujet d'un leader d'un parti nigérien qui fait des commentaires disgracieux concernant cet incident. Cela est lié sans doute à une incompréhension de la situation. Le président Traoré, le gouvernement du Burkina Faso et le peuple burkinabé ont été très accueillants et disposés à nous accompagner. L'équipage a été très bien traité. Cela saute aux yeux et c'est évident que le président Traoré était directement informé sur la prise en charge de l'équipage depuis que celui-ci est arrivé au Burkina Faso. Cela souligne le niveau de fraternité et de solidarité qui existe entre deux nations africaines. Bien sûr, nous avons évoqué aussi des points sur comment nous pouvons collaborer aussi bien avec d'autres pays de la région sur la lutte contre le terrorisme. Le Burkina Faso a enregistré des succès significatifs en la matière. Donc, il y a des leçons à tirer sur ce volet évidemment. Il y a aussi beaucoup de choses que nous avons à partager ensemble.
Learn there also. So there's a lot that we have to share with each other.
Le gouvernement du Burkina Faso et le peuple burkinabé nous accompagner. L'équipage a été très bien traité. Cela saute aux yeux et c'est évident que le président Traoré est
Well, first of all, I'm leading a delegation sent here by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Tout d'abord, je conduis une délégation envoyée par le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, afin de livrer un message au président Ibrahim Traoré. Un message de fraternité.
So let's go there.
Un message de
You guys see what these Nigerians they talk. Nigeria is really a disgraced country under the Tinubu and Muslim governance since 2025. 2015, not bad. Let me see the response. Absolutely. They paying you. You can tell by their names where they allege belong to. Say, please use this opportunity and ask them to renew Nnamdi Kanu's judgment and release him. Who will it tell? Literally tell the government. That's incredible.
Cela est lié sans doute à une incompréhension de la situation. Le président Traoré,
a lot of us don't want them to be released. Yes, they are the Buruku people. How can you be wishing your country bad? They want disaster but not coming pain. Trump ignored the threat. Upon them, Gaza shall fall with the arrow. Who are us? They want them. They want us. I like that. No handshake. He knows they are not pure.
sur la lutte
Traoré
contre le
is the
terrorisme. Le
president of
Burkina Faso a
Africa.
enregistré des succès significatifs en la
General de
matière.
Salute
Donc,
Captain.
il y a des leçons à tirer sur ce volet, évidemment. Il y a
African
aussi
brotherhood
beaucoup de
on
choses
display.
que
Unity
nous
is all
avons
we
à
need to
partager
move the
ensemble.
continent
There also,
forward.
so
How they
there's a lot we have
compose
to share with each
themselves
other.
in the presence of Traoré. Foolish men. Good and very good. This is what we have been expecting since it's settling the mess amicably and let both nations be appeased. We brothers and sisters, not that they have sinned, delegate. Nigeria, it pain me that we have degenerated so low because of anyhowness of APC-led government. Imagine one of the smallest country in Africa holding us at our akwamu without fear. That's a point. I like that point. He put them together. He make the point that needed to be made. It's all right. So what should we listen to again? All these people now. Hell, it's annoying. Man. I don't know. I think I go viral my mouth today, but man, no, I'm not just nonsense everywhere. Garbage. No man, it's garbage. Just entertaining purpose. I'm looking for serious shit. One goes as you don't see the serious shit. You make serious shit now. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, we have to say democracy. Some of these kind of people say that. We have to say democracy. We have to say democracy. Between now and then, starting I don't go win with that. I don't think that message will sell. There's no message there anyway. Just because you call it democracy, don't mean say people will rally around it. No. So it's too late now, I think. When I mean it's too late. I don't give a shit about that. You really question what that even mean. This I don't know to listen to John Mishama these days. It's not. Yeah, let's see. I don't understand this well, conclude on this obedience and Peter will be yet. Give them 2 more weeks. 2 weeks. They don't take the bulls by the horn. I'm gonna square up with them. Yeah, I said it. Square the fuck up with them. all these political jobbers, and the jobbers.
Must be the end of all insecurity issues. Must be the end of hunger. Must be the end of kidnapping. Must be the end of poverty. We are moving into 2026. Let our government move with renewed pledge and energy to protect our lives and our property. Anybody do anyhow in 2026, they will do what? They will see anyhow.
Well, comrades and friends, fellow citizens, we are gathered here this morning in solidarity with the Nigerian people. All our people all over the country are aggrieved over the state of insecurity in our country. Worsening insecurity are out today to demonstrate our resolve to pressure the government to take care of our security and welfare, because it is stated in the bourgeois constitution of Nigeria that the welfare and security of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Yes. So, this is not a matter that requires foreign invasion of our country. We kicked against, in 1962, Nigerian youths fought against the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Pact. Since then, we have resisted any attempt by France and the United States of America to have military bases in Nigeria. This time around, we are telling the whole world that the government of Nigeria be pressurized to take care of our people. Nigeria has done it in other countries. Nigeria has gone to Liberia, Sierra Leone, and other places to restore law and order. Therefore, we have the human and natural resources to protect the life and property of every person living in Nigeria. We also want to show today that enough is enough. That enough is enough. As we move to 2026, we do not want to hear of cases of kidnapping, of banditry, of terrorism in our country. We are demanding today the immediate arrest and prosecution of the 400 terrorism financiers that were arrested by the Buhari administration in 2021. The federal government has refused to try them. We are demanding for their immediate arrest and prosecution. Secondly, we want to make the point that without addressing physical and social insecurity, you cannot solve the problem of physical insecurity. Do you understand me? Yes. Without creating jobs for the youth, without addressing poverty, you cannot abolish security in our country. Therefore, since the government has agreed and repeatedly maintained that with the removal of fuel subsidy and improvement in the production of crude oil in our country, the money that goes to the Federation account has increased phenomenally. As a matter of fact, whereas in May 2023, what the 3 tiers of government shared was 50 billion naira. Today, they are sharing not less than 2 trillion per month. Therefore, we are demanding for this end of the year immediate availability of palliatives for workers, for farmers, for traders and other vulnerable people in our country.
I want to apply with that.
The government of Nigeria has enacted what is now called the National Social Investment Program Agency Act. Under that law, the government of Nigeria shall make available, or rather what they call cash transfer, to the vulnerable people in our country. The government shall implement the Empower project. The government shall make available a nutritious meal a day for all our children in primary schools. So when we are making this demand, we are simply asking the government to implement the laws of our country, welfare laws in the country, where we are gathered here in front of the Lagos State House of Assembly. The governor has presented his budget. We are demanding from the House of Assembly provision of welfare programs for our people. Yes. Do you agree with me? Yes. The last point, let nobody deceive us. Yes. And there is no money to take care of the security of our country. Yes. Let nobody deceive us. That there is no money to abolish poverty in our country. Yes. As we are gathered here, the Senate has been presented with a report by a firm of auditors that the sum of 210 trillion naira. You hear me? Yes, sir. 210 trillion naira has been criminally diverted by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. That report must not be That report must not be. We therefore demand the immediate recovery of the money, so that that money is paid into the Federation account to take care of the immediate problems confronting our people. Comrades and friends.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Whereas the federal government claimed that subsidy has been removed, we are now being told again that trillions of naira have been gulped by fuel subsidy. Another point is One house. Comrades. Just the last figure from them. We are not manufacturing figures. We are taking these figures from them. It has now been disclosed again that 17.1 trillion has been spent on fuel subsidy and maintenance of pipelines.
Well, the heads of Nigeria's two key petroleum regulatory agencies have resigned, triggering a new round of leadership changes at the heart of the sector. Farouk Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and Gbenga Komolafe, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, have both tendered their resignations, bringing to an end 4 years at the helm of the agencies established under the Petroleum Industry Act. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has forwarded the names of their proposed replacements for expedited confirmation at the Senate. In recent days, NMDPRA boss Farouk Ahmed faced public allegations of economic sabotage and corruption, including a widely reported petition by Aliko Dangote accusing him of financial impropriety. Well, I have with me in the studio Somna Sambo, politics editor and director of news. Glad to have you join me.
Thank you so much.
Interesting, not quite long ago, back and forth between Ahmed and Dangote. Now,
Yeah.
So what happened here?
Well, we wouldn't say why the president included all of this, or the resignation actually happened the way it's being put this way. But I think, anyone who understands how the petroleum and gas industry works in Nigeria would know that once a new government comes into place, there are always those who come with the new government who would be eyeing such key posts. And those two agencies are, apart from the issues that we have on ground right now, are, areas that people with the Bola Tinubu administration, have always, had eyes on. And so that's why you saw that they kept giving them, some sort of templates on, what to deliver. And if they are unable to deliver that, you get into this kind of situation that happened. And then, of course, you will see that, for example, there's this project 1 million barrels per day, addition that was given as a sort of like a KPI to the former NUPRC boss, to ensure that though we're at 1.7 million barrels of oil per day, we should be able to move it up by 1 more million barrels per day. And then you would have seen that even when the OPEC gave us quota, Nigeria tried to say no, we can actually produce ahead of that. So there had always been that pressure on Komolafe. But the thing is that he delivered. He did very, very
That's
well.
exactly what I was going to say.
Lots of things. Just earlier today, he was also he also received an award and all of that. And then you will see that apart from that, he had also brought in place some metering measures, because Nigeria does not really know how we have much of the oil. Yes, and so the metering system is actually porous. And so he had got this private company to come in and ensure that the metering system is upgraded. And of course, the regulatory authority will actually know how oil is being taken, and then the quantity and all of that. And it was already making a success of it. But of course, for chief executives of this kind of organizations, you always have to be on your toes. And of course, they came in as a result of the PIA. Both the NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed, and of course, Gbenga Komolafe came as a result of the Petroleum Industry Act that was signed in 2021. And of course, the provisions for appointment and sack are there, but they can't just leave, except maybe they resign. So let's get it very clear. These people were not sacked.
Yes,
they resign. We are told that they resign, and that's where the politics lie. Yes, are they resigning? For example, Farouk Ahmed, is he resigning because of the allegations against him?
That was where I was going to go.
Even if he does resign, what happens to him based on the allegations by Alhaji Aliko Dangote? And then, of course, the anti-graft agencies are saying that they will take a look into it. So Would they just let him go for free? Or was he asked to resign? He could have also been asked to resign, and Gbenga Komolafe was just a victim of the issue.
Yeah, I mean, you've tackled the question I was going to ask you next, because you were referring initially to the president and the targets, but you didn't mention the Dangote angle. So, I mean, I was going to ask, do you think, maybe too early in the day, that the Dangote matter had something to do with, well, Komolafe won't be included, I don't know, maybe with Ahmed, but what about Komolafe? And then the president didn't seem to waste time to nominate people.
Yes, that's because I told you earlier that they've always been that thinking that we need to have our own people there. Now, these two gentlemen were actually appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari, who is now late. And then, of course, any president who comes in would want to get his own people there, just like it happened with Mele Kyari's exit, and then we had Bayo Julari being brought into the NNPCL. This is the same thing that's happening. And President Tinubu, for example, has a vision of ensuring that Nigeria has a $1 trillion, becomes a $1 trillion economy in 2030. Now, these are the two key revenue earners: a regulator for the midstream and downstream sector, and then of course regulator for the upstream sector. This is where we get majority of our monies from as a country, and so he would want people who align with his vision to actually be there. And so if there are those within the Tinubu camp who had already been eyeing as to who can better represent the president's vision over time, of course, I mean, such things happen, and they will say, look, Mr. Komolafe, you've done very well, we've seen everything that you've done, but we think that our administration has a much more better person that can do what you're doing. But don't forget, this same Komolafe was, just a few months ago in October precisely, the Minister of State for Petroleum, State Henike Lokpobri, had praised him and commended him for all that he had done and all of that. So, it's an executive appointment, and then of course the president has the best way of always, getting these people. Yeah, these people have secured terms based on the Petroleum Industry Act. But of course, what if the chief executive decides to resign? You can't say he or she was sacked. So in this instance, let's get it clearly, they were not sacked. The presidential statement said they resigned. But whether they were asked to resign
that was what
we do not know. But the president has the capacity to actually tell them, to resign and all of that. Like Farouk, his NMDPRA has actually been facing lots of challenges in terms of what's been happening within the downstream sector. Now, should we allow more licenses to import petrol? That's been the major problem between him and Dangote. And then, of course, when the Dangote refinery was being, built, there were different specifications that were put in place. And Farouk Ahmed insisted that Dangote must follow all those processes, about 3 of those processes, and that because Dangote is a Nigerian, doesn't mean that they will skip any for him. So could that have also irked Dangote? And then, of course, how many liters of petrol do we consume every day in the country? Now, can Dangote refinery meet the entire petrol consumption? So that is where Farouk Ahmed is now having challenges with Dangote. He's saying that based on the Petroleum Industry Act, there's supposed to be provision for energy security, and you have to kick against monopoly. So he is thinking, as a regulator, as someone who's supposed to guide the interests of Nigerians, that having all our petrol coming from the Dangote refinery alone, yes, it's not treatment. No, apart from that it's not good for energy security for all of us to source our petrol only from the Dangote refinery. Right. So if anything happens to Dangote refinery and there's a force majeure, a seizure of production, what now happens? Are we going to get into trouble or not? So that's why he decided that there should be import permits. In fact, some of those new import licenses are set to actually commence from January 2026. Right. And then that's why you would have seen this problem. But Dangote too is looking at it from a patriotic point of view. And he's saying, very quickly, he's saying that as someone who has invested these huge amounts of money, the Nigerian government and of course Africa looks up to him to be able to, ensure that he delivers, and he's been doing that, and he's willing to do that, and he has said he's going to scale up the production capacity of his refinery. But unfortunately, this politics has come in, and I think President Tinubu cannot but listen to someone like that, because Dangote is an institution, like Vice President Kashim Shettima said, and is an international citizen. You can't be producing oil and be a local citizen. That's why President Tinubu has to listen to some of the things that have happened and may have led to this resignation.
Thank you so much, Samna Sambo, Politics Editor and Director of News, for your interesting input there on this matter.
Joining us now with stories trending around the world is our lady from Ogidi, Aneze Osakwe. Good morning.
Wow, good morning, Dr. Apache. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Ayo. Good morning, Rufai. How's it going?
Kwata to Ogidi.
There you go. What's trending?
Of Ogidi. Oh, yeah.
Good to be with all of you, and good morning to everyone out there. Thank you all for starting your day with us. And we start what's trending today with reactions trailing the sudden announcement of the resignation of two major figures in the oil industry. The chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, and Benga Komolafe, Ahmed's counterpart at the Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Now, both resignations coming after some very public confrontations with the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, over fuel importation, pricing, and oversight in the downstream sector, but also some more personal issues, including Dangote accusing Ahmed of economic sabotage and questioning how he could afford to pay millions of dollars for his kids' school fees in Switzerland. Now, both resignations were announced from the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, in which
situation surrounding the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. We have a major breaking development coming out of Sokoto State today, Thursday, December 18, 2025, that changes the entire complexion of the situation surrounding the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For weeks, there has been speculation, there has been anxiety, and there have been questions about who is actually checking on the welfare of the IPOB leader since his transfer to the Northwest. Well, the answer has landed, and it is a massive one. The Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, the Most Reverend Matthew Hassan Kuka, has officially visited Nnamdi Kanu inside the Sokoto Correctional Center.
Hey, Nanjaman. I want to waiting to play now. I'm not doing the mood to run my mouth at the same time. So what's going on? What's new? What's worth listening to? Mm-hmm. Nanjaman. Funny, yeah. And now I want protest.
President Bola Tinubu's proposed tax policies on Wednesday faced fresh opposition, days ahead of their planned takeoff, as a new opposition group called on the president to halt their implementation or risk mass protests. Chile Igbawa, who is a spokesperson of the group, the National Opposition Movement, said the opposition would work with ordinary Nigerians to resist the taxes in the event that the government insists on going ahead. Igbawa described the reforms as anti-people, adding that contrary to official claims, the policy is not a tax reform, but an assault on the livelihood of ordinary Nigerians. Well, Chile Igbawa joins us now to share further reasons his group is protesting the Tinubu tax reforms. Thanks for joining us, Chile. Welcome to Newsday.
Thank you, Hawa.
Well, you've described the new tax laws as an assault on the livelihood of ordinary Nigerians. Well, the government claims that these reforms actually provide relief for low-income earners by raising the tax-exempt threshold to 800,000 naira. Why do you believe that the reality for the poor will be different?
Well, the reality in the tax document itself is very clear. Those who are going to be taxed, which includes both those in the formal and informal sector, the ceiling is very, very low, and is below the lowest minimum wage earner. So if we take that to the informal sector, you will see that every other person, artisans who are just aching out a living, we have to pay taxes. And even where people are employed in informal sectors on very low salaries, the employers are supposed to file tax returns on them within a period of 3 months, failing which penalties begin to apply. Now, people in those categories, not all of them will have a TIN number because they are supposed to be outside, the tax net. But then the employers are required to make returns on them or else face penalties. So what we have seen, if we look at the entire document together, is that the tax captures virtually everybody. And with that is unfair. There must be exemptions for those who are just aching a living from whatever they're doing from taxes. But the reality on the document doesn't show that. And that is why we're complaining.
Now, some analysts say that this protest from the national opposition movement is not really driven by genuine public interest, but rather political calculations ahead of the 2027 elections. I'd like you to react to that.
Well, I think it's only those who are completely politically oriented that would say that. As I sit here, every day I wake up, deductions are undertaken on my accounts while I'm sleeping. And there is indication that these deductions are being made and paid to the federal government. So access has been granted to my own accounts. So I've lost my privacy even in areas of accounts I hold with the bank under a different contract. So that couldn't be something political. Secondly, we've been told even by the aviation authorities that these taxes are going to raise airfares by over 300%. That cannot be political. It means that those who can now afford to fly will cease to have that ability to fly by 1st of January 2026. That also is not political. So I don't see how that can be seen to be politically motivated, agitations. And like I say, we're agitating, we're not protesting yet. We're just agitating for now and calling on the federal government to reconsider because these are inhuman prescriptions in these tax laws. And except the interest of the local, the ordinary Nigerian is not in place, I think that there should be no reason to proceed with those taxes at this point.
One of your criticisms, or one of the group's criticisms of this tax reform is the requirement for all adults employed or not to file in their tax returns by March 31st of next year. Now, given Nigeria's high unemployment rate, our poor internet penetration, etc., what specific social and economic consequences do you foresee that will be enforced?
What we foresee is that people may be penalized not because they are resisting taxes, but they will be penalized because they simply don't have internet access because of poor services. And there's nothing they can do if they don't have those services, but in the end, they will be penalized. Secondly, if you have employees, for instance, who are below the tax, outside the tax net, and they don't have TIN numbers, how do you make returns on them? Those are some of the issues that we're raising. So the modalities for execution don't even seem to be clear. But what we see is that it's going to cause a lot of problem, particularly for those in the low income bracket. So we're not talking about those who have the ability to enjoy themselves with their wealth. We're talking about those who are in difficult situations. And we have them around us. If we are not directly there, we have them and we talk to them every day. So I think it's a reality that except those who don't have dependents or those who don't have family ties would suggest that this agitation is politically motivated.
So is the opposition movement, that's your group, offering credible alternative tax policies, or are you merely rejecting the reform, seeing as some analysts actually believe that the current tax law in Nigeria is outdated and should be reformed?
Even in our presentation yesterday, we offer suggestions. And I'm sure you've listened that even before, while we were giving our press conference, there was also a motion on the floor of the House of Representatives at which we're being told that the document itself was doctored. So as we speak, we're not even sure of the legality of that document. But besides that, we've said, when this tax stuff came up, it was roundly rejected even by the National Economic Council. It was rejected, and a lot of effort was made to persuade people to agree with it. I think that maybe in the end, those who agreed in good faith in anticipation that some of the issues that were being raised would be corrected before the act would come in force. But I believe that they were not. We know that when you hold public hearings on bills, particularly bills of this nature, which affect the generality of Nigerians, the views expressed at those public hearings should be taken into cognizance before making a decision on putting the act in force. And we believe that not much of that was, considered. As an organization, we may not have, put up a particular, submission on what should be done at that point, but several other persons in their personal capacities made their, presentations to the public hearings. But the issues that were raised, we feel that if they were considered before the final document came out, it shouldn't have been the way it is.
And you've called, well, the group has called for taxing of luxury and excess profits instead of the poor. What specific sectors or oligarchs are you targeting? And has your group been able to calculate how much revenue that would actually generate in comparison to the bill?
Well, our first consideration is about fairness. That's the first consideration. The details of who are those in those categories of, luxuries and, and excess profits are there. They are known. The tax authorities know those who are there. And we believe that if the essence is to up your tax that you rake in, you should look in the areas of those who have the capacity to pay and not, burdening those who certainly don't have the capacity to pay. But that's what this tax law puts before us. So those areas that we have mentioned are known. And if discussions have to be had on it, I'm sure that we can point them out one by one and say that this area you can tax, and it will be fair that you are taxing them, but certainly not those who will have to go looking for money to come and pay the tax when they're not sure whether they will have the next meal or not.
Very well said. Honorable Chile Igbawa, spokesperson, National Opposition Movement, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday.
These reforms are designed to promote fiscal equity. What does that mean? If you are low-income earner, you are exempted from paying PAYE from January next year. That is 1/3 of our workers, both private and public sector combined. And do you know what the amount is? 100,000 naira or less. 1/3 of our people who are working cannot boast of 100,000 naira a month. Life is hard. Like, how do you even survive with 100K in a month? And we still collect taxes from them. We're supposed to be topping up that they are 140 and 50K so they can meet their basic needs. When a human being can't meet their physiological needs, they're not only hungry, they are angry. When you combine hunger with anger, you cannot be rational. That human being is irrational by default. And those are the most dangerous. That's why it's so easy to recruit Boko Haram and bandits in the north. It's so easy. Those guys wake up in the morning, they carry a plastic bowl trying to beg for food. They sleep on the streets. It rains, they are there. It's sunny, they are there. So those are the things we need to address. So this new law is exempting the low-income earners, number one. Number two, anyone who earns between 100,000 naira to about 2 million naira a month, that the ones we put together as a middle class. And people will say, there's no middle class. I say, it's not true. When I say there's no middle class in Nigeria, people will clap for you, but you just lied. Every country has a middle class. You can say the size of the middle class has shrunk, and you'll be right. So what does it mean to be middle class? You are middle class if you can meet more than your basic needs. That's all. So in America, you may need $10,000 a month to do that. In Nigeria, you may need $2,000 If I with $2,000, I'll have nannies and driver. Buy food, your basic need: food, health, education, shelter, that's rent, and transport.
Coming under Orders 41 and 51 relating to matters of urgent public importance, Senator Ireti Kingibe drew attention to what she described as worsening state of waste and sewage management in Nigeria's federal capital, Abuja, and called on the Senate to act quickly to avert a public health disaster.
The Senate notes with utmost alarm and indignation the total collapse of municipal waste collection across multiple districts of the Federal Capital Territory, where refuse has remained uncollected for several weeks.
But intermittently, Kingibe's motion digressed into weighty and controversial issues of land allocations, demolitions, and unpaid workers' salaries in the Federal Capital Territory. The initial support for the motion, including calls to invite the Minister Nyesom Wike and set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the matter, quickly fizzled out, with the Senate leadership speaking glowingly about the FCT minister.
Under this administration, what the president has done in Abuja has given hope to all Nigerians. Today, Abuja is almost rated as one of the developed cities in Africa.
The death knell of Kingibe's motion came when the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, said what she had presented was not the issue of waste management she had discussed with him, questioning whether the other issues she raised fit the description of matters of urgent public importance.
If you are having a matter of urgent national importance on waste management or waste disposal, you stick to it.
From that moment on, there was no way to save Kingibe's motion. For the Deputy Senate President Barao Jubril, who read out Order 41, the motion was as good as dead on arrival.
She came under this order. Yeah. She ought to have told you the entire content, the details of the motion. And now you are saying she didn't tell you. She told you about
waste management.
So this motion is dead on arrival because it's not in conformity with this order.
And for the Chief Whip, Mohammed Munguno, the motion was simply irredeemable, leaving Kingibe with only one option: to withdraw the motion.
I still rely on Order 41 to say that you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It is bad and it is incurably bad.
For a moment, the Labour Party senator refused to withdraw the motion, but was eventually prevailed on by a few other senators to douse the tension. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
"24 hours ago, the Supreme Court affirmed the constitutional power of the president to declare a state of emergency in Nigeria to prevent a breakdown of law and order. That part seems clear.
At no time in the history of the country has life been so short, so brutish, and so miserable for citizens. Global Economic Index raised Nigeria as a country with the lowest quality of life, lower than even our poor neighbors like Benin Republic, Congo. The tragedy is that the federal government is compounding this multidimensional failure by focusing on its political interests and not the security and welfare of the Nigerian people. As Nigeria drifts into multidimensional failure, many patriotic citizens are worried that the imminent collapse of Nigeria, democracy through the comprehensive incompetence and corruption of the Tinubu administration, would gravely compromise the security and human development crisis in West Africa. These patriotic citizens are now coming together under the umbrella of the Nigerian opposition movement to keep vigil on the development around security and prosperity of the Nigerian people under the mismanagement of the Tinubu administration, and to raise our voices as sentinels of national liberation and transformation. We are worried the several failures of the Tinubu administration have not elicited the right kind of response from Nigerians' political class. But we are elated to note that on the 14th of December, we woke up to the gratifying news of a statement from a select group of leaders who chose to identify with the people by speaking out against tyranny. We deeply commend their courage and commitment to the cause of the voiceless downtrodden. Posterity will forever acknowledge their act of selflessness and patriotism. We also note with approval the efforts by the organized labor through the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress to challenge the massive impoverishment of Nigerians through Tinubu's self-serving economic policies, and we associate with the NLC and the TUC in their heroic efforts in the tradition of organized labor in Nigeria to fight for dignity and freedom of the working people. The situation in Nigeria today is so terrible. Many Nigerians can barely afford food, transport, security, or pay their electricity bills and rents. It is sad that it is at a time as this that the Tinubu administration is rolling out the most punitive and exploitative tax regime in the history of Nigeria. Even the colonial authorities, in its viciousness, did not contemplate taxing poor Nigerians the way Tinubu plans at the beginning of the new year 2026. The viciousness of this administration shows that Nigeria would be hit by the exploitative and inhuman tax regimes in January when they do not have the fiscal space for such sacrifices. This exploitative tax regime points to the thoughtlessness of the Tinubu administration and its unyielding commitment to cater to the financial interests of the oligarchs to the detriment of the ordinary Nigerians who he continues to punish with all manner of taxes and rising prices. Let us be clear. What President Tinubu is rolling out in January is not a tax reform. It is an assault on the livelihoods of ordinary who he has not hidden his contempt. It is not part of the agenda of his government. According to the new tax law, all adults of taxable age, whether employed between January 1st and 36th, after which sanctions for non-filing will begin to apply. For owners of companies, you must file for all your employees, even if they are paid below the taxable bracket. Remember, you cannot make the filing if you do not have the tax identification number. This is so mindless in a country where over 70 million are unemployed, where people do not have good access to internet services, and where the level of service delivery from state institutions are poor or almost non-existent. President Tinubu has set up an exploitative racket against innocent Nigerians. This reads like a tragedy from the infamous Lagos governance. Small and medium businesses are struggling to survive under a bad policy environment. Yet, the government continues to pile pressure on them and does not provide any serious business support. By the new tax plan, Nigerians earning less than minimum wage will be heavily taxed. The government has removed all subsidies and exposed low-wage earners and the unemployed to the high tariffs. Still, the government intends to overtax them, creating demanding human development and truncating any prospects of serious and sustained economic growth. This government continues to ask Nigerians to give more and more, while it allows those in public office to take more and more. Tinubu has brought Nigerians to their knees, but he will not relent until he brings Nigerians to the grave. We shall not allow suffering Nigerians to be brought to their grave. We, as Nigerian opposition movement, have decided to stand up in support of those opposition politicians who issued the letter a few days ago, and the NLC and TUC to say enough is enough. This tax plan must not take off now. Its implementation must be suspended immediately. This is not a tax reform. This tax is a weapon fashioned against the economic well-being and social security of suffering and poor Nigerian citizens. This government is asking Nigerians who have already been brought down on their knees by the weight of poverty and squalor and have nothing left to give more. No, you cannot tax hunger. You cannot tax poverty. And you cannot tax people into prosperity. Since he came into office, President Tinubu has shown where his heart is. It is not with the Nigerian people. It is with a few oligarchs who are attached to his economic and political interests. The bad policies of the administration are intentionally so because President Tinubu is not committed to the prosperity of ordinary citizens. He is committed to getting and keeping political power at a toll of creating wealth for himself and his family and friends. This is bad for Nigeria. As leaders of conscience, we cannot justify Tinubu's exploitative taxes against the poor in Nigeria because there is no evidence of prudence or due process in this administration. For the past 2 years and more, we have witnessed the most expansive state capture in Nigeria's history. The nation's revenue agencies like the NNPC and FIRS are reeking with grand corruption. The Tinubu administration does not recognize transparency and accountability. It continues to conduct its business in secrecy as if the Nigerian Federation has become his family agency, incorporated. For instance, why would the FIRS enter into an MOU with the French agency regarding management of Nigeria's tax regime and refuse to publicly disclose the content of the MOU, especially in the circumstances where Tinubu has made France his second home and business center? Does public interest not dictate that FIRS publish the MOU since Nigerians are worried at the prospects of the business deal with France compromising Nigeria's strange national interests? Since President Tinubu came into power, it has been one allegation and report, one high-level grand corruption or another, starting with the mind-boggling corruption of the former Minister of Humanitarian Services, where corruption cases have been swept under the carpet. For the first time in the history, a leading Nigerian private sector businessman is openly accusing Tinubu's top regulator of brazen corruption. This has never been seen or heard in Nigeria. President Tinubu's idea of public leadership has no place for social contract, no place for due process or protection of national norms and institutional standards. Recently, Professor Wole Soyinka, a staunch supporter of President Tinubu administration, was forced to voice out great distress at the privatization of the Nigerian state by the Tinubu administration. He said Sheikh Tinubu, the president's son who has no public office, has sufficient military and police escorts to overrun Benin Republic. That is typical Bola Tinubu as Nigeria's president. He just keeps it in the family. It is about me and my family, and to hell with Nigerians. Therefore, in the context of President Tinubu's administration war against Nigerians, we do not believe the new taxes would serve any public good. From the experience of the past, Tinubu's hard taxes will not translate into better hospitals, security, or jobs. Nigerians are being asked to pay more without being promised anything in return. This tax drive is not different from the reckless removal of fuel subsidy, where the resultant gains, which are unaccounted for, rather than being injected into productive economy for the benefit of the citizens, is being deployed to funding the flamboyance of a bloated government, cronies, and families. The opaque outsourcing through an MOU with the French concern is a disturbing indicator that no accountability is intended. President Tinubu is not focused on governance, he is focused on brazen exploitation. We reject this task because the timing is cruel and the logic is irrational. Fuel subsidy removal, naira collapse, food inflation, and rising electricity tariffs have already pushed households and small business to the edge. Introducing an aggressive tax regime now not only shows but indeed confirms the widely held belief of a government dangerously out of touch with reality. As an oligarch and authoritarian, President Tinubu, by this tax plan, concentrates enormous powers in the hands of revenue authorities in a country with weak safeguards. Accounts access, which is already being enforced, penalties, and automated enforcement without strong oversight invite abuse. When citizens fear the taxman more than they trust the government, something is fundamentally wrong. Now, our demands. The national opposition movement demands 1. The immediate suspension of the tax plan's take-off date. 2. National consultation involving labor, civil society, SMEs, professionals, and state governments. 3. Explicit social protection guarantees tied to any tax reform. 4. A focus on taxing luxury, excess profits, and corruption, not poverty. Strong legal safeguards protect taxpayers' rights. Nigeria does not suffer from low taxation. Nigeria suffers from waste, corruption, mismanagement, and policy arrogance. You do not fix government failure by billing the victims. We stand with Nigerian workers, traders, professionals, and small businesses. We will resist any policy that punishes the poor to excuse leadership failures. If this tax plan is forced through without suspension and consultation, the government will be fully responsible for the social and economic consequences. This is not a threat. It is a warning grounded in reality. Nigeria is hurting, and the suffering Nigerians have limits. Let us warn President Tinubu and his enforcers. The crisis in West Africa is a crisis of accountable governance, of authoritarian rule without accountability, and state capture guided by greed and arrogance. Nigeria should be saved the misfortune of stoking the fire of conflict that will destroy the prospects of democracy and development in Nigeria. Enough of insecurity, enough of the burden of his taskmasters, enough of assault against opposition leaders. As we close the year, we declare a commitment to close President Tinubu's gross incompetence and assault on the integrity and stability of the Nigerian state. Thank you all. See the way it is, and it is, clearly amendable. It can be amended. So it's not a dead horse. It's a living, legislation, and is therefore subject to amendments. So the amendments can cure the defect that is being complained of. Now, the question, was there any legal input from this particular body? Incidentally, at the time that was done, this body was not in existence yet. But at different other fora where some of the members of this body belonged, they had made their inputs. And we know what, I'm also a product of the National Assembly, and we know what a public hearing is supposed to produce. You've just been told that even what managed to be passed by the National Assembly is different from what was accented to as law and then gazetted. So the suspicion of fraud just runs across the entire process. So I do not think that the opinions of Nigerians were taken. And like my colleague CID Maduapom also reiterated, we are all aware that the National Economic Council rejected this document. Whatever was done behind to get some who say no to say yes, we don't know. But because maybe some of them are not part of those who are now suffering the consequences of this legislation, they could say, well, you can go ahead if it's going to help us to win 2027 election. That's not what the poor people are saying. They are saying, let us breathe, because right now we cannot breathe. Thank you. My name is Honorable Chile Ibawa, former member of the National Assembly, former Chief Executive Public Complaints Commission of Nigeria. Thank you. I'm a member of the ADC.
Nation that is blessed, human and material resources. Now one of the most indebted nations on earth. No thanks to President Bola Ahmed. Within 2 to 3 years, we have borrowed more than all the governments together from 1960. And what is he borrowing for? To siphon the money away. We had about 17.2 trillion naira to watch pipeline. And these same people we are complaining they are paying 7 trillion naira a year for subsidy for Nigeria is strong. They promised that if they remove the subsidy, they would have money enough to provide infrastructure for us. Today, ASU is going on strike because nothing is provided for that.
Every resistance that is constitutional. And it must be noted that in spite of the fact that Nigerians have come out repeatedly to talk about how difficult this is going to be and how they do not agree with this particular law, it has been hard, and that helped Ben's attitude to take it on. We start looking at the suffering of the people. Resistance is allowed within the law, and that is what must be done. Thank you.
With the first attack on the psyche of Nigerians on the 29th of May 2023, with the announcement of the inhumane policy of subsidy is gone, Nigerians tolerated it, thinking maybe there was indeed something genuine that will come out of it. And the government has taken Nigerians for a ride and continue to consolidate on that with other inhumane policies as enumerated in the text. Now, the latest onslaught, which is not only now on the psychology of Nigerians, but democracy itself, is the gradual erosion of democratic tenets by converting Nigeria into a one-state attack on democratic tradition. So the coming on board of this group is to inform Nigerians that our silence has been too long, and we intend to hold this government into account. We are going to take the government step by step and hold the government accountable, especially on some of the policies. It is common knowledge that we have met new resources from May 29 to date, but we have also borrowed so much money, again, within this same period. And yet Nigerians cannot sleep with their eyes. There are no schools. Our roads are not usable. There are even no hospital. So if we have made so much revenue and we have also borrowed enough, why are Nigerians still suffering?
United States President Donald Trump this week added 15 more countries, including Nigeria and the Palestinian Authority, to a list of those to be affected by his latest travel restrictions. The significant wide and sweeping announced earlier this year on who can do or emigrate to the United States. The move reinforces the Trump administration's resolve to tighten U.S. entry standards for travel and immigration. Such expansion of restrictions had been expected after the arrest of an Afghan national suspect in connection with the shooting of 2 National Guard troops over Thanksgiving weekend. In June, President Trump announced that citizens of 12 countries will be banned from coming to the United States, with those from 7 other nations marked to face restrictions. At the time, the ban included Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen, with heightened restrictions on visitors from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Now, Director, Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, Dr. Sam Amadi, joins us to discuss Trump's administration's decision to include Nigeria among the list of countries for a visa ban. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Newsday.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Amadi, what do you make of this decision by the U.S. government? Is it justified in your opinion?
Well, it's difficult to say a decision to ban, whether partial or total ban, of nationals of a country would be justified, except within the very narrow prison of exclusionary state interest. Now, again, some of the states, some of the countries, the initial ban list are countries that are a different form of noticeable and unarguable state failure, them very much conflict-ridden Afghanistan and so on, and noted exporters of, or maybe whose nationals have been involved in overt actions of terrorism, of terrorist nature. Nigeria coming there, in the first Trump administration, Nigeria had a partial ban at some point. So maybe people can argue that with recent events, maybe putting Nigeria in the list of partial ban, which includes places like Sierra Leone and so on, may not be too much stretch for 3 reasons. One, Trump, whether right or wrong, has raised consistently what he perceives as perhaps Nigeria's terror actions or terror actions against Christians in Nigeria. That's number one. Number two is that there's this allegation around Nigeria refusing to receive refugees or deportees in transit. And thirdly, the fact that Nigeria's social standing, especially with America, with Trump, and even the report of the recent delegation suggests that Nigeria might be on the left side of Trump's favorable consideration. So all put together, it's surprising, annoying, sad, but perhaps not unexpected that Nigeria will, sooner or later feature one of those lists, the total ban and the partial ban. Thankfully, we are in the partial ban, but it's still bad, but not inexplicable. You can explain it in many ways that Nigeria's reputation is not that good. Nigerians also have overstayed visa in notable cases, and generally, perhaps some would say Trump's MAGA fixation around the fact that most of the crime is alleged that these crimes are committed by nationals who come from what they call malfunctioning countries. Trump has been clear that he would prefer immigration from white, if you like, if you're using the racial consideration, but that advanced and, in his view, richer countries than from most often black equals to poor and malfunctioning countries. So this divide can be racially constructed or socioeconomically constructed as variables around economic growth, around value system, around culture, around social behavior, or variable around race, white race, black race, or non-white race.
You completely hit the nail on the head with that response. On top of that, one of the issues you mentioned was our overstay rate in the United States. It's 11.9% apparently, but we're also one of the top 10 source of international students for United States schools. We do know that the U.S. president had a huge issue with universities earlier on in the year concerning their international student intake. But in general, should we be expecting our Nigerian government to retaliate with any similar restrictions or on American citizens? Or how do you expect that we will respond to this?
If we are still under Abacha, maybe we'll retaliate. Abacha was notable or notorious for, tit for tat, even if it didn't make sense. So, but here we can't. I don't think anything will happen like that. Nigeria government is going to rationalize it, try to find a silver lining in this and say, well, we stay back, we build our country, and so on and so forth. But look, it's really bad. We are increasingly weakened and weakened. Ghana is not there notably, so it's something to bear in mind. Some people cynically say because Ghana received deportees. No, I think Ghana, in spite of its economic weakness, is like a star in a sense that both in its civility, in its conduct, and the image that it communicates to Washington, everybody, is of a generally decent country, maybe not rich, but again, respectable in the things they do. So that we're there is really a vote of no confidence in the way we do things, our government, our social reputation right now. But again, what can we do? I think that maybe some strategic, smart engagement, not tit for tat, really. That's nothing we're going to scratch America. And if we do something, then they're going to slam dunk. Trump will do something worse. And we've seen what's going on in Venezuela, in the U.S. hemisphere, apart from China, Russia, and notably China, Russia, maybe not Korea, ironically. I don't see anybody that Trump is not willing to hit at. So that's not advisable. Myself, I'm also a beneficiary of the, going to America to study 3 degrees at Harvard scholarship. But the point is, this helps us a lot. But the point is that maybe we should not be thinking around 3 things. One is, I think the rate of escaping to the U.S. is really becoming troubling and elsewhere in the world. If I was a president of a country, I also be worried about Nigerians coming the guys to school and then staying back, coming the guys for terrorism. This is a World Cup year. Part of this preemptive action is Trump maybe flagging. Trump cannot say, fans don't come, no visa. But now that many countries have been put on a partial or full ban, fans are not going to come. So he has achieved the idea of, because many of those people are one or the other going to find themselves staying back in the U.S. That's what experience tells us. So I think the first is to respond domestically in a way that we begin to reduce this tendency to move out of Nigeria, to find excuse to just stay away from the country. And the second thing is now to begin to think about how to harness their cultural, star power. We have significant cultural power in terms of literature, in terms of music, but they're not being strategically harnessed to profile Nigeria in a better light. And the third issue is, look, fix elections. Have credible elections, credible government, like Ghana does. That's really why Ghana is not there. This story around receiving deportees, it's not the point. The point is that Ghana, measure, looks good in Washington. Not powerful, but decent. So we have to now work on that third leg to make sure that we have credible elections, credible government, and then we can now begin to be seen as a country, not just exporting oil and natural resources, but a country that the U.S. could partner and show off as, perhaps if they say we are racist, but we have Nigeria as a friend. If we say we are burdened African countries, they can say the biggest economy, the largest country in terms of population in Africa, Nigeria is under that ban. So they find in us incentive to use us to say we're not that bad. But if we don't do these three things, I think we've just no option diplomatically to get Washington to act, nicer to us. That's where we are. We have no leverage right now.
Now, Dr. Amadi, this ban comes just a few weeks after the U.S. president threatened to invade Nigeria, to fight Boko Haram terrorists. So what does this inclusion and, of course, the earlier threats, what exactly does this say about the current state of U.S.-Nigeria diplomatic relations, and how can it be improved?
I think the U.S.-Nigeria diplomatic relationship is not fractious in a noticeable way. It's not, you're not seeing tit for tat or flare-ups or some dramatic action at the level of maybe you recall an ambassador, the kind of things that signal breakdown of relationships. So you are not seeing that. But it's actually more discreetly vicious and dangerous that Washington seems to have a very bad view, condescending view, dismissive view of Nigeria. I mean, you saw the threat, the Nigeria now disgraced country. Trump keeps repeating it, and then we thought we've made a breakthrough when the delegation, the high-power delegation came in and met with the NSA and met with the governor. The government's spin masters spinned it as, the towing of the ice. There's a de-escalation, Washington, a reapproachment between Washington and Abuja. But the report that came out of that visit was even more damning and suggests that the whole official speak, the whole statements did not change Washington's real view about Nigeria. So what needs to be done is to take seriously the fact that we have a very terrible foreign policy or foreign diplomacy. I mean, it might not be the fault of the minister or the president alone, but basically somehow public diplomacy is terrible, and we are not communicating to the right people in Washington and not the right language. And again, in a world of Internet of Things, in a world that's connected, deeply connected, you can't run away from the dissonance between official speak or diplomatic language, diplomaties and diplomatic statements, and the actual happenings in their country. So, like the report of the U.S. delegation says, they're not seeing significant alignment or realignment of Nigerian domestic policy, Nigeria's strategic policy, and the impression Nigeria wants to create in Washington. So the first thing that this shows that is basically disbelief. When that team came, and I was asked on a rise here, I said they're going to restate that view because I know how they'll think, having been SA on foreign affairs before, and I know we've not done anything, and we don't have a strong communication that kind of changes their perception. So I wasn't surprised when the report came out and they're still restating Trump's major thesis that Nigeria is guilty of genocide against northern Christians. Nothing changed, nothing moved apart from all the resources wasted. So I think the problem is that we need to now begin to know that we are feeble. We don't have the hard power to force change of perception or change of action towards Nigeria, but we can have soft power. One of the soft power is that internally our policies are civilized and they sound nice to people in Washington and elsewhere, and the citizens themselves re-echo them, and the influencers and thought leaders in the country and outside the country kind of, legitimize those policies. And that's what Washington will now begin to take seriously. So if we don't have hard power, they will have to have soft power. And for now, we don't have either.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation to be in, but does this signal a broader disengagement strategy with the African continent under the current administration, in your view?
I think yes, there is some basic disinterest. I mean, if you look at Washington before now, in the last, let's say 10 years, they have been more condescending, more kind of, it's like patronizing. So democracy, the left need to look good. The virtue signaling need to make sense. So they have to embrace Africa, they have to talk about how important Africa is. But in real sense, perhaps they know Africa is not that important. So I think there's a diplomatic disconnect. But at the primary level of raw material, earth resources, there will be reconnection, especially to contend against China, and that's what we're going to see. But Washington will now select maybe places like Sudan, maybe a place like Gabon, places like Nigeria. They're going to reconnect, but in a strategic transactional manner, to either ward off or limit China or themselves, come and grab raw material. But beyond this, I think the state where we are today, the African continent, is unfortunately, in terms of both hard economic power, in terms of economic growth, in terms of liberal ideas, in terms of intellectual, unlike in the past, we had a lot of cultural power with our universities, with our intellectuals and thinkers who are in the continent. Most of those who have survived are outside the continent. So I think that the continent is more like now like a barren land. It's more like a drought-infested, a place that's after famine. So really nothing that kind of entices Washington in Africa. But in the era of human rights and not the posturing seem to be sweeping fast. So what is left now is raw state interests. And so if Africa has no economic power, if Africa is not seeing a renaissance, a revival, Africa rising, maybe in terms of technological advancement, innovation, not only in dancing and music, then Washington and other major powers will probably be more concerned with seeing Africa as another theater of major power struggle now between China and the US, and a place for raw material, a second neocolonialism in a different guise. So that's really the tragic state where we find ourselves right away.
Well, Director, Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, Dr. Sam Amadi, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday.
How do the legacies of empire continue to shape our current politics? This week on Upfront, I sit down with renowned scholar and author Mahmoud Mamdani. I'll ask him how history can help us understand the present moment of rising authoritarianism and shifting global alliances. I'll also ask him about his son's election as mayor of New York City and what it says about race and identity in the United States. Mahmoud Mamdani, thank you so much for joining us on Upfront.
Thank you for inviting me.
In your newly released book, Slow Poison, you return to Uganda, the place that both shaped you and turned on you after you were kicked out during the Asian expulsion in 1972. What made you come back to that story now?
Well, when I was kicked out, I was taken to a refugee camp in London. I spent about 6 months there, and then from there I went to Dar es Salaam in Tanzania to do my first academic job. And there I lived in a community of Ugandan exiles. I formed my associations there. I was part of study groups. I was part of political agitation groups. And when Amin was overthrown, it was natural to me that I would go back along with other Ugandan exiles. And so I went back. I never thought of going anywhere else, although that's kind of the starting point of the story. But the story is much bigger than that. It's really a story about Uganda. It's a story about my generation of sort of first generation post-independence intellectuals. It's a story about our illusions and our hopes and our coming to life. It's a story where we begin by thinking
We're glad to have you back. You're still watching Arise Prime Time, where we offer perspectives on the news and talking points of the day. I am Ndi Amuko. It has been a busy and sometimes controversial year for the Senate. The chamber made headlines internationally when it approved President Tinubu's request to deploy troops to Benin Republic to help quell an attempted coup. Domestically, the Senate was at the center of debates over budget rollovers, fiscal oversight and economic reforms, questioning how public funds are spent. The year also saw internal disputes and high-profile suspensions, including, of course, the case of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, sparking discussions about ethics, accountability, and gender representation in the National Assembly. As 2025 ends or winds down, the Senate enters the new year under scrutiny, with Nigerians watching to see whether it can translate debates and promises into tangible results for the country. I'm now joined by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Senator Yemi Adaramodu. Glad to have you joining us, Senator.
That's very fine. Thank you. Good evening, my dear brother. And I say good evening to Nigerians.
Good evening to you.
My fellow compatriots and patriots too.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
In 2024, Nigeria ran 3 budgets. Currently, the government is implementing 2. Senator Goje says this practice of implementing multiple budgets in a single year is unacceptable to Nigerians. Of course, there are representatives, as it were. The question is, why is this coming now? Why hasn't this issue been tackled before? And the Senate must have known this since. So the questions I'm asking is it possible that Senate didn't get what it wanted for raising, and that's why it's raising this issue? Is that why?
No.
And then, of course, how do you intend to stop it, which is the most important thing?
Yes, it's already at a stoppage level now. Thank you very much for that very pertinent question and then observation. Yes, 2023, when the current government, the executive government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and even our own 10th Senate and the 10th National Assembly, by the way, came into being, the budget had already been done earlier before. And you know that 2022 will be the year that 2023 budget would have been presented by the outgone government of late President Muhammadu Buhari. Then there were steps taken by the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, like the first subsidy removal, the issue of Naira, bringing Naira and the dollar and the other foreign currencies to flex their muscles naturally and then appropriately, so that we can get where we are going by the value of Naira, which we call floating of the Naira. So definitely, there were hues and cries then. So there was a kind of another supplementary budget in order to take that one into consideration. Then we were calling it palliatives for Nigerians. That, okay, if you have taken biscuit from a child, definitely you have to give that child an akara, or you give that child something that is going to savour instead of having biscuit. So that was when supplementary budget came, and then supplementary budget of 2023 came, and then the 2024 budget came, and then by December of that year, that was 2023, so that budget was done. So we now said, yes, from the beginning, not only now, not 2 years ago, not 3 years ago, there had been abandoned projects, there have been budgets being not fulfilled to 100%. We said, look, let us just make sure that we get out of this kind of fiscal conundrum, and then get a budget that can get us out of it. Then that was when we now said the supplementary, that of 2023, and the remaining of 2023 then and that of 2024 should run together so that we will not have abandoned projects. Now, when it was running, when all those budget schemes were running together, so we now got to 2034. Then definitely there is no way we would have just exited it just easily, just like that, without maybe having some leftovers. So, and then if we say that we want to have some leftovers, it means that when the year runs out fiscally, then that one connotes that whatever would have budgeted for, whatever would have been appropriated for in the previous year would end like that. Then it means that there will be abandoned projects and progress of government, apart from maybe the running cost and the overhead, which is about salaries and emoluments of staff, and then some running of ministries, departments and agencies of government. So we didn't want that one to happen. So that's why it dovetailed to the early days of 2025. Now, what we now decided is that we now told the executive that, look, that one will not happen. And the executive too realized that we just do not want that one to happen. So we are repealing any other budget, any other budget regime. Either it is 2024, it is 2025, if it is a leftover. We are repealing them. And we are now enacting a budget that is going to encapsule, and then that is going to bring together all those leftovers together with the current budget that we are running, which we have not ended, because we will exit the 2025 budget. We are supposed to exit the 2025 budget December 31, 2025, though there's a leeway according to fiscal calculation and fiscal law that a previous year's budget can still run for the first quarter of the succeeding year, meaning that 2025 budget can still run up to the end of March of 2026. So we now said, okay, let us just pull everything together now, repeal and reenact. So when we repeal that no other budgets that had been subsisting, which we have been running together with those budgets that enter into themselves, that will not be entertained anymore. Now, and we are now enacting that those components, especially the capital, which had not been fulfilled in 2025, should be put together, that between now and 2026 March, that's March end, the 31st of March, that we would just exit that. So the fresh budget of 2026 will take effect, and then we now go back to that kind of relapsing fiscal fever anymore. So that's where we are.
So what you're saying eventually is that 2025 is still going to find its way into 2026.
Yes, it will still. Why it will is because 2024 was a loaded year. Then definitely the load of 2024 was too heavy for that 2024 to carry. So it now dovetailed into 2025. And then once it is fiscal planning, especially the capital components of fiscal planning, there's no way, because if you want to provide infrastructure, when you are building a road and you get to 3/4 of that road building, or half of that, 50% of that road building, and we say that, oh, that budget has lapsed, and that will be the end of it, then it becomes an abandoned project.
Now, budget.
So because of that, that's why we reenacted after repealing that we want to give life to the area which is the capital component of that budget. But anything about running grants, about overhead, is already dead.
Gone. Now, budgets are supposed to be an idea of what the government is supposed to spend money on and all that. Over time, some Nigerians have criticized the budgeting. You know, the Senate itself is saying here that the government presents what they call unrealizable proposals that has led to this non-budget implementation. So does it then mean that the executive has been what some could call playing to the gallery with Senate turning a blind eye until now? Because if Senate is saying unrealizable...
My brother, let me tell you something. When we say budget, it's like proposal.
Yeah, that's what
propositions, thinking, at times speculative, that, oh, if we have this, this is what we are going to do. So once we realize that one in budget making, definitely there's no item on any budget that we call unrealizable. Because one, based on experience, the government will say, this is the revenue that we have been getting for the federation. And then because of that, we are proposing that we are going to build social road, we are going to do social rail, we are going to bring light electrification of social area, we are going to do social hospital, we are going to do social schools. Then definitely that is proposal based on experience, and that they are expected to improve on what happened the previous year. So definitely that is a budget. That is what we call by budgeting. And then even mark it.
So you're saying
even in the National Assembly, we always ask before a new fiscal year
begins,
is taken off.
Yeah.
What happened last year? That yes, we budgeted 2 naira, but we realized only 1 naira 20 kobo. So the 1 naira 20 kobo, how did we spend it? How did we expect it? Okay, this year, what do we think we can get because of our experience of last year? Then we will now say, bearing all odds, that this year, instead of realizing 1 naira 20 kobo, we are going to realize 1 naira 50 kobo. And now about extra. So circumstantially, at times, you might even go back, even from that 1 naira 20 kobo to 1 naira 10 kobo. So that's why at times it will seem as if something is unrealizable in proposing.
Yeah.
So it is not that, it is deliberate. It is not deliberate. It's about circumstances. For example, 2020, 2021, nobody knew that there would be COVID. All over the world, globally, it came, and then it impacted negatively on the global economy. And then definitely, Nigeria is not an island. It affected Nigeria. Then, beyond getting out of that, Ukraine, Russia war started. And then the major mainstay of the Nigeria economy
was affected. So in other words,
it's oil. Then definitely, it's going to impact either negatively or positively.
So
definitely. So that's why we will not say that it's speculative,
not
serious to that level that is not realizable. So we will speculate, and we will continue to speculate. America will continue to speculate. Britain will continue to speculate, and then they will now work to, because budget is like working to an answer.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Let's move away a little bit from the budget, so because before it eats all our time.
Yes.
Are you in any way, Senator, or form perturbed about dangers of politics of multi-party democracy? Position that says there's a threat. That's the way they put it, to multi-party democracy. I'm asking because...
oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, it's very...
I'm asking because, correct me if I am wrong or not.
Oh, yeah?
Nigeria has never had it this loud and noisy, defections especially to the ruling party.
Look,
it's never been this loud and noisy.
Look, let me tell you something, my brother. Our party, that is my own party.
APC.
APC, All Progressives Congress. That was the time we were in the opposition.
Yeah.
I started with APC from AD, ACACN, then to APC. And here we are. We stood, we stayed under our present leader. That is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There was a time our party AD then had 6 states, controlling 6 states in the southwest. It remained only one at the end of the day. When the onslaught of PDP came, then President Tinubu stood and then told us that yes, we are progressives. We cannot move to the conservatives. We cannot move to the modern day political turncoats, and we stayed. And here we are. Even outside the world, even in heaven or hell, you want to go. You want to go to hell, you choose it. You want to go to heaven, you choose it. So you cannot tell somebody who knows that, oh, this is the progressive party, that is APC, that is progressively, and they want to come into it, and now we, and especially myself as a progressive, we now say that, no, you cannot be converted, that you cannot just come. Because number one is this, let me tell you something. In the history of Nigeria, political parties, as far as I know, even governance, there had never been a government manned by people that they can even recover as much as the APC government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has recovered, especially economically. Because there was a time when we were even using almost all we had to service debts. There was a time that in Nigeria that even our borrowings, even from CBN, was more than 30 trillion naira.
But
today,
now Nigeria is still borrowing.
No, we are no more borrowing.
And the economy is still not on a sound footing.
Let me tell you something. Let me give you a just very simple analysis. If you are a farmer, you understand that, and you have 200 heaps in your farm, and you now want to eat to 300 or 400, and now you have harvested 200, and your children must eat part of that 200, and you now go to take some yard settings from somebody else to make up it, if you know that it's not going to be very economically excruciating to you to even pay back. And now, is there any country in the world that does not go to that borrowing market to take some facilities? And it depends on what you are taking the facilities for. So if you are taking facilities to develop, if you are taking facilities that is going to impact on the indices of within your economy. Okay, for example, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we are now having downward trend in the inflationary rate in Nigeria.
It's not reflecting in the pockets of the people. But let me
tell you something. By this time last year, because we are the ones that deal with the people. Last year, yes, let me tell you something. Last year, December, when I wanted to give my consent, something just to appreciate them for Christmas, I knew how much I bought a bag of rice. It was 103,000 naira. But today, I am buying the same at 52. So, are you now telling me that there have never been changes? Are you telling me? People can now just say they want to go to the and buy dollar at so amount, and then that within 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, that it will remain the same, because it is not that.
It is still very high. But
yes,
let's
either it is high or it is not high. When you are not sure of yourself, it is worse than when you are sure of yourself.
So you believe,
even though
we are sure of ourselves now.
We are sure of ourselves by now. By knowing how.
You talked about INEC. I want to get on some things before I leave you to run.
Okay.
You talked about, you said you have engaged INEC on electoral reforms and constitutional review.
Yeah.
And you said soon. Now, some commentators have said that if we get our electoral system right, Nigeria will be able to get the kind of leaders they voted for, aside manipulations and malpractices.
Yeah. You know, my brother, democracy is not a destination, it's a process, it's a journey. Wherever, anywhere, where we have human activities and characters, so even when we make laws, so by the time human beings start to become wiser, then there will always be need to rejig and to do one or two things to infuse into laws. Like the Electoral Act. When the Electoral Act 2022 was made, people were not even looking at the RF, the area, and some areas. There was a time that when somebody did an election, won, and he could not be sworn in, then anybody can just come and become the governor or whatever. But the law is no more like that anymore because of our experience. Because experience will lead to the kind of the law that you are going to.
Well, it's a big day and many reasons, really for many reasons, and I have a very distinguished group of people behind me, mostly medical people and brilliant people, and they really know what they're doing. And I just want to thank them. They truly gave their lives in terms of the time and all of the incredible work they've done over the years in arriving at the position they have now, most respected people in the country. Today I'm pleased to announce that I will be signing an executive order to reschedule marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 controlled substance with legitimate medical uses. We have people begging for me to do this, people that are in great pain. For decades, this action has been requested by American patients suffering from extreme pain, incurable diseases, aggressive cancers, seizure disorders, neurological problems, and more, including numerous veterans with service-related injuries and older Americans who live with chronic medical problems that severely degrade their quality of life. And it's so really, I mean, I can't tell you, I think I probably have received more phone calls on this, on doing what we're doing. I don't think I received any calls on the other side of it, but hopefully this reclassification, which by the way polls at 82%, will help many of those patients live a far better life. We're joined today by Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's doing a fantastic job, Administrator of Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, the FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary, Director of the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and the Director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, Dr. Nora Valkow, as well as Dr. Ilana Braun from the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, Duke University's Dr. David Casseret, the National Commander of the American Legion, Dan Wiley, and my friend Howard Kessler. Howard, how are you feeling? I'm telling you, he looks better than he did 20 years ago. But I don't want to go through what you went through to get there. Okay. Right? But it looks like you're doing great. I'm proud of you. I want to emphasize that the order I am about to sign is not the legalization, or it doesn't legalize marijuana in any way, shape, or form, and in no way sanctions its use as a recreational drug. It has nothing to do with it. Just as the prescription painkillers may have legitimate uses, but can also do irreversible damage and never, if you look at some of the damage that can be caused, wreck lives, and if it's abused, it's never safe to use powerful controlled substances in recreational manners, and especially in this case, if you take a look, illegal and unregulated drugs, very, very bad thing. So I've always told my children, don't take drugs, no drinking, no smoking, and just stay away from drugs. I have been, they would look at me and they said, Dad, would you stop saying that? I would say it every time I looked at it practically. Young Americans are especially at risk, so unless a drug is recommended by a doctor for medical reasons, just don't do it. At the same time, the facts compel the federal government to recognize that marijuana can be legitimate in terms of medical applications when carefully administered in some cases. This may include the use as a substitute for addictive and potentially lethal opioid painkillers, and they cause tremendous problems. This can do it in a much lesser way, can make people feel much better that are living through tremendous pain and problems. 40 states and multiple U.S. territories have already recognized the use of medical marijuana. This reclassification order will make it far easier to conduct marijuana-related medical research, allowing us to study benefits, potential dangers, and future treatments. It's going to have a tremendously positive impact, I believe. Thank you very much, everybody. Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
yes.
A health-related question on your health care plan. You've said you want to make direct payments to Americans, but these Obamacare subsidies are expiring now in a matter of just a few days. More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their premiums to skyrocket. Are you going to let this happen, or will you intervene?
Yeah, they will skyrocket because it was never any good. I'd like to see the money that is going to the insurance companies by the hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, their stocks are up 1,400%, 1,800%, and 1,624%. Their stocks are up through the roof over a fairly short period of time because they're getting vast amounts of money. I want that money to go to the people directly and let the people buy their own health care. And they'll get much better health care than they get with the Unaffordable Care Act, as it's known by a lot of people. It is virtually unaffordable for people. It's a bad thing. We can have a great thing. Let the money go directly to the people and let them buy their own health care.
But this is an urgent problem, Mr. President. Is there anything you can do now, Mr. President?
Can I answer, Mr.
This
President?
is going to be right now, as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead.
We just got data today. We have federal exchanges where people come shopping for the ACA. And the president hasn't heard this yet, but we've talked to the team. The percentage change from last year was down 2.7 to 2.8%. Not the massive numbers that have been predicted. And there's many possible reasons for this, but right now Americans are signing up for these programs despite all the things that have been going on. 2.8% is a tiny fraction of what many had claimed would happen, and I think it speaks to the fact the American people appreciate these ACA plans are already subsidized over 80%. So it's a good deal, even if you don't get the extra 15-20%.
It's a great solution to much better health care at a much lower cost. Yeah, please.
But do you want Congress to extend these ACA subsidies?
Well, I'd like not to be able to do it. I'd like to get right into this and not ask Oz this question in particular, but I'd like to see us get right into this. I don't know why we have to extend. This could be done rapidly if the Democrats would come along. We have a problem. The insurance companies own the Democrat Party. They own it. And the Democrats having a hard time. They give a lot of money to the Democrats. Very little money to Republicans, by the way. A lot of money to Democrats. And they're going to have to decide, do they want to do the right thing or do they want to be beholden to the insurance companies? They're making a fortune. I want the money to go to the people. Go ahead, Oz. How would you say that?
I agree with the president. We have some ideas out there. Congress is working through some concepts. But I just want to emphasize that the ACAs are not imploding based on the data we just received from the federal marketplace.
This can go very quickly, actually. Yes, please.
Mr. President, can I ask you, clarify something for me on the Federal Reserve? How many people are you interviewing for the Fed chairman, and what did you think of Chris Waller?
I think he's great. I mean, he's been a man who's been there a long time, somebody that I was very involved with in the sense of his career, and he's a fantastic man. I met him yesterday, again.
So how many people are you looking at?
We're talking to I think every one of them would be a good choice, honestly. We'll be making a decision pretty quick.
Is Michelle Bowman on that list too? Are you going to interview her?
She's fantastic. She's a fantastic person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some GOP lawmakers have written to you in recent days saying they're concerned this executive order could normalize drug use for youth. How would you respond to them?
You're talking about this particular today? Well, I think I'd let one of the doctors respond to it because he can do it a lot better than me. But I can only tell you that when you see polls of 82% of the people want this, when I have friends that are really, really sick and they've gone through, I guess you could say, unfortunately, I don't want to become too involved in it because I don't want it happening. But these are people that really know what's going on. Very smart people. This is one of the most successful people in the country, and a very brilliant guy. And when they go through this horrible ordeal of cancer or other things, and they realize that this is something that makes them feel better without all of the side effects of some of the drugs where you're just totally knocked out and out of it. But I'd like to have one of the doctors maybe respond, because you people do it better than anybody.
I'm happy to respond.
Yes.
I mean, and my answer is we have had cannabis scheduled for how long? And it hasn't protected neither the adolescents nor the adults. We have 20 million people in the United States with a cannabis use disorder. This is not legalizing it. It's making easier to do research so that we can use it when it is indicated and optimally.
So it's also a big part of this is research. In other words, you'll now have a much larger sample, and you'll be able to see if it's as good as many people say it is. I mean, people say it is beyond good, and you'll be able to find that out now.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing.
Yeah.
Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would
Yeah,
that look
I'm
like?
looking
What would
at
that
it.
mobilize?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have housing that because we have such a strong time and such a strong market, their houses are very valuable. It's a big part of their net worth, their house. I don't want to knock those numbers down because I want them to continue to have a big value for their house. At the same time, I want to make it possible for young people out there and other people to buy housing. In a way, they're at conflict. In other words, you create a lot of housing all of a sudden, and it drives the housing prices down. So I want to take care of the people that have houses that have a value to, to the house that they never thought possible, that have sort of made them wealthy and happy, and especially in their later years. Got to be careful with that. I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible for people to go buy houses. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, you announced the Warriors Dividend last night in your primetime speech. Very patriotic, very generous. What was the rationale and the thought process? How did you come up with the idea? What made you want to give back to
Well, the 1776 was easy to come up with because we're actually at 1775. The number was 1775, and I said, wow. I think we can afford one more dollar. But they came up to me, it was $1,775. So I said, well, let's add a dollar to it. I think we can find that. And very simple, we've had a military that, in my opinion, by other presidents was not treated well. They're incredible. They're our finest people. They're protecting us. And because of tariffs, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars more than we ever have before, with no inflation, by the way, with no inflation. You saw the inflation numbers, they just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation. And yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And this is small potatoes by comparison, but it's a way of taking care of our warriors, our soldiers. And I appreciate that question, Daniel.
Yeah, and Caroline,
it was an easy one.
She just posted on X, your press secretary, that the board members of the Kennedy Center voted unanimously to rename it the Trump Kennedy Center. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country. And I was surprised by it. I was honored by it. We're saving the building. We saved the building. The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way. And now it's very solid, very strong. We have something going on television, I guess on the 23rd December. I think it's going to get very big ratings. And the Kennedy Center is really back strongly. It's in very bad shape, very, very bad shape physically. And we were also to get Congress to put up a lot of money and other people to put up a lot of money. We had a lot of donors come in for record-setting numbers. So we saved the Kennedy Center, and I was really, this was brought up by one of the very distinguished board members, and they voted on it, and there's a lot of board members, and they voted unanimously, so I was very honored by it. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you be seeking any authorization from Congress for any land attacks on cartels in Venezuela?
For anyone?
For any land attacks on drug cartels in Venezuela?
I wouldn't mind telling them, but it's not a big deal. I don't have to tell them, it's been proven. But I wouldn't mind at all. I just hope they wouldn't leak it, You know, people leak it. They are politicians and they leak like a sieve. But I'd have no problem doing that.
On that, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Mr. President, there's a meeting this weekend on Ukraine in Florida. What are you hoping will come out of that meeting?
Well, they're getting close to something, but I hope Ukraine moves quickly. I hope Ukraine moves quickly because Russia's there. And, you know, every time they take too much time, then Russia changes their mind. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Think of that. What do you think of that, doctors? 27,000, it's like a half a football stadium, were killed in 1 month. And it's that way. It's anywhere between 20 and 30,000, mostly soldiers, also some people from Kiev and other places. But largely it's the soldiers. They're losing their lives. Nobody's ever said anything like it. It's the worst since World War II. And, you know, you've heard me say I settled 8 wars, some going on for 35 years, one going on for 37, one going on for 32. And 8 wars, and I thought this would be an easier one. This is because of the animosity, the hatred. It's a little bit more difficult than we thought, but there's a chance we can get this done maybe soon.
Sir.
Remember that 25 to 30,000 people being killed a month, young people being killed a month. Steve, please.
When do you expect to make your announcement about the new Fed chair, sir? Before the end of the year, what do you think?
Over the next couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know before the end of the year, but pretty soon.
And then the Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night. Tell us what your message is going to be there, sir.
Say what?
When you go to Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night, what's your message going to be there?
Well, it's not going to be that much different from what I did last night. I mean, we've had tremendous success. We're bringing prices down. We inherited a mess. And part of what we inherited was the worst inflation in 48 years. I say history, but we had the worst inflation. It drove prices up. And now we're bringing those prices down. But I'll be talking about that. I'll be talking about the fact that we secured the border where literally nobody can come into our country illegally anymore. They came in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers and, you know, a lot of bad people from all over the world. Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. We had Tren de Aragua, which supposedly, the doctors don't know this, it's the meanest gang of them all. Okay, doctor? You don't have to know about it. You got other problems. But they let a lot of bad people in here. And so I think I'll be talking about that. I think I'll be talking about the tremendous success we have by sending the National Guard into various cities. D.C. is the ultimate example. People walk to work and they thank me all the time. People in the White House, they just walk to the White House from 10 blocks away. Before I came into office, they couldn't do that. They were getting badly hurt in many cases and beyond hurt, killed. So we were losing people. We were losing, on average, a person a week. Can you believe it? More. And now we haven't lost anybody in a long time. I consider the 2 people that got so badly hurt, the National Guard, that's a different city. That was terrorism. That was terrorism. And probably terrorism, maybe terrorism because they were unhappy with the tremendous success we've had because they don't want to see this country be successful. But Washington, D.C. now is a safe, beautiful city where the restaurants are booming, the town is booming. People walk to the restaurants with their wife or their children and they have a good time. We were losing all the restaurants. We were losing our life in this. We were just the whole heritage of Washington D.C. was down the drain, and we brought it back. And now everybody's thrilled to be here. It's the hottest. It's a part of the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've become, in 10 months, the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say it all the time. We were a dead country 1.5 years ago.
Do you expect to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu while you're down in Palm Beach?
Yeah, he would like to see me. We haven't set it up formally, but he'd like to see me. We've had great success. Peace in the Middle East, aside from everything else. We now have peace in the Middle East. Yeah, he'll probably come to see me in Florida.
The Egyptians as well? Are they coming
I'd love to have him. El Sisi, he's a friend of mine. Yeah, I'd love to have him. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Let's go. Keep going. Thank you. Thank you, press.
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say
this is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Thursday, 18 December, year of our Lord 2025. You're around for the second hour of the morning edition of the War Room. Sam Tannenhouse is going to join us in a moment. Our continued discussion about the Bill Buckley and his revolution. Gabe Kaminsky joins right now from the Free Press, and just serendipitously worked out it came after this print and after Dr. Peter Navarre and E.J. Antoni. So Gabe, one of the foundational elements of President Trump's economic policy is full spectrum energy dominance, right? You just heard Peter say right there, there's all kind of issues now with refineries, all this. It turns out, you've got an exclusive report, if we can put it up on the Free Press, that it turns out a lot of these climate groups and do-gooder groups are in association with the Chinese Communist Party, and they are quite deep into American energy policy. And now at the state level, people are waking up to this. Can you walk us through your exclusive investigative report, sir?
Yeah, thanks for having me. That's according to what you just said there. That's according to 26 Republican attorneys general. So we had reported at the Free Press that these top law enforcement officials sent a letter to the Department of Justice this week requesting that Attorney General Pam Bondi investigate whether a few different climate nonprofits in the United States focused on climate change or environmental causes may have failed to register under the Foreign Agents and Registration Act, also known as FARA, on behalf of China. And so effectively, these top law enforcement officials are accusing U.S. nonprofits of acting as foreign agents or sort of like secret lobbyists for the Chinese Communist Party. And the basis for that, according to these officials, is that, for example, one of these nonprofits, it's called the Energy Foundation China. It's based in San Francisco, but it also has an office in Beijing, where it employs a whole host of former Chinese government officials and is supervised by China's government directly because it is registered in Beijing with China's nonprofit agency. And coupled with the Energy Foundation China's advocacy in the United States related to anti-oil litigation or congressional related advocacy that is against fossil fuel and production of oil, the Attorney General think that this group and others should have to register under FARA.
I mean, it's not just that they're a group and they're taking money or maybe association. When you actually go after FARA, you're saying that their purpose, right, is to represent the interest of another country. In this case, the Chinese Communist Party. How did it get? Because these things just didn't appear yesterday. How long has this been going on, and how have other DOJ officials and other state officials looked the other way on this?
So the interesting thing about the Energy Foundation China is that this scrutiny is not new. This is a charity that has been registered with the IRS since 1991. And over the past 5 years, roughly, there has been heightened scrutiny of them, particularly among Republicans who are hawkish on China and believe that Beijing is indirectly or directly propping up groups in the United States that have this anti-oil agenda that is aiming to boost China, which is, I mean, China trade tensions have, you just had Peter Navarro on who was talking about trade tensions. Trade tensions have continued to escalate between the United States and China. Beijing has been continuing to import oil from other adversaries of the United States, like Venezuela. And so, coupled with that, and the other sort of leg of this is that there has been heightened scrutiny in the United States of climate-related organizations engaged in disruptive sort of protests in Washington, D.C., where I live. The congressional baseball game every few years now, there's climate protesters running on the field. Around the world, there's been reporting about climate protesters throwing paint at fine art or gluing themselves to streets or cars, which has only led American officials to believe this is a national security issue, a national security issue paying to oil and energy. And so the funding is aiming to, look into that further.
No, I mean, they're trying to, stop refineries, make the cost of American energy because it makes us anti-competitive. This is a group, the Chinese Communist Party has a $1 trillion trade surplus this year annually. Folks, think about that. You talk about adversaries. Venezuela is bad enough, but I said this, even if you don't want to get in the middle of the Israeli situation in the Middle East, I've been saying the Iranians, the mullahs are in business for one reason. They basically have long-term output deals with the Chinese Communist Party. I think Iran or the Persians provide 50 or 60% of the energy for the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, the Chinese Communist Party has a total master plan geopolitically. Part of it is to hurt the United States when it comes to Trump's full spectrum energy dominance. Gabe, do you expect action to be taken? You said this has been reviewed for a while. You got 26 AGs. Now it's at Pam Bondi. She's swamped with so much. We're arguing that DOJ's got to get up to Brown University. Every day we're banging on them. We love these folks, but there's just so much to do. Are they going to have inside the group over there, are they going to have the capacity to actually take on the CCP?
I reached out to the Department of Justice. I did not hear back. If you, Steve, if you hear anything from people at the DOJ, let us all know. But generally, FARA has long been a dormant office. In fact, for decades, from about 1988 to 2016, there were, I believe, under or around 10 FARA prosecutions as a whole, which really shows how much of an obscure law it's been viewed. That ramped up post-2016. But right now, after Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a memo after she joined the Trump administration that signaled to law firms and lobbying firms in Washington that the DOJ was only focusing on the most serious, what they determined to be the most serious FARA offenses, what they determined to be cases that are treason or espionage. And so on that basis, it's really not clear if the Department of Justice would put the resources into focusing on this. But we have not heard back from the DOJ. And my understanding from the state attorneys general is that they do, it's a significant amount of states that called for this action, and they do aim to have conversations with the DOJ to force this issue.
Gabe, where do people get you? Where do they get your rings at Free Press, and where do they find your social media, sir?
Yeah, you can read all my colleagues' reporting at thefp.com and follow me on X at GE Kaminsky.
Brother, thank you so much, Kaminsky. It was fantastic. Great report. We're going to push it out. and we'll check in with DOJ to make sure there's some action being taken.
Let us know.
So
Thanks for having me.
Sam Tannenhouse, Marxism, communism, Bill Buckley with Whittaker Chambers and others fully supported McCarthy because they realized after the defeat of the fascist, Imperial Japan, the Nazis, and the Italian fascists, that communism, right, and one of them was our ally, another one really wasn't. That communism was going to be a massive, massive problem, and there's going to be a global conflict. So he wrote a book. Was McCarthy and His Enemies? Buckley did. Walk me through that, because he's, you see today, we have Navarro up here about the trade deficit, the trade surplus of $1 trillion by the CCP. You got Kaminsky saying, hey, they got people everywhere trying to do everything to bring the United States down, including going after President Trump's energy policy. Buckley was a devout Catholic and a hardcore anti-communist. Was he not just like Joe McCarthy?
He was, and he liked McCarthy. They met at Yale. When Bill Buckley was an undergraduate, Joe McCarthy came and gave a talk there in 1948. Buckley was involved with a political union there, campus group, the Republican Party, the party of the right, conservatives. And they always liked to have big speakers come through in 1948, important midterm elections. We know all about those. And the only guy they could get was Joe McCarthy, who wasn't famous yet. But he was getting onto this issue of anti-communism, of how much the gatekeepers were withholding about what they really knew. That's what McCarthy was about. How many communists are there really? Who are the names? Let's have them. And he was very aggressive about it. And Buckley agreed with him. And in fact, his main mentor, a guy named Wilmore Kendall, brilliant political scientist, one of the most talented thinkers of that era, still read today, Steve, said to Buckley, watch this guy, McCarthy. He's stirring something. He's stirring something. He's reaching the people with his argument, not the elites. He's reaching the public. And another one of Buckley's mentors, another intellectual giant, James Burnham, said the same thing. And he said, keep your eye on McCarthy. McCarthy is not going to get everything right, but he's going to ask the big questions. He's going to push it out with the public and see it. So Buckley said, I'm down with that. And he and his brother-in-law, Brent Bozell, very important figure, in some ways as important as Buckley as a thinker. They decide what's happening to McCarthy is that the opposition, the enemies as they called them, is controlling the debate. They're saying, no, let's not listen to what McCarthy says. Let's take McCarthy himself down. Who is Joe McCarthy? He's getting X wrong. He's getting Y wrong. He's inventing stuff. He doesn't have the goods. Meanwhile, McCarthy's getting documentation from the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. And they realized, Buckley and Bozell, that the McCarthy himself was becoming the object of attack. And they said, why is that happening? It's because liberals control the media. That's how Buckley came up with the idea of founding National Review. It will be the beachhead. It will be the counter argument that'll be airtight, super smart, really fun to read, that's going to stand up against the liberal tide and make that case for the anti-communism. That's how it came to be. And it was the greatest publication, conservative publication of its time.
I'm going to get to National Review in a minute. You say something in the book that that really hit me in the solar plexus, and it goes back to last night. You said they couldn't figure out, because he was he had gone, and it was Claire Booth Luce, Luce's wife of Time magazine, that he saw speak at one of the Republican conventions. And she was so magnificent. She had wit, she had class, she knew how to put the rapier in, she had everything as a speaker. And he realized that McCarthy was the exact opposite. But I think somebody told him that the power of McCarthy wasn't his rhetoric, he wasn't a great speaker, but he had a power. And his superpower was he said things that the working class and middle class audience themselves were thinking but wouldn't say. Very much a forerunner of Donald Trump, is he not?
Yeah, I'll give you an example of that, Steve. Probably the greatest intellectual in the Buckley orbit was this philosopher and scholar James Burnham, whose book, The Managerial Revolution, I think we talked about this, inspired George Orwell's 1984. Burnham did a thing every year. He was very much an elite guy, top of his class at Princeton, educated at Oxford after that, professor at NYU, Georgetown apartment. He would take a trip. He'd take a road trip for about 6 weeks, and he'd go out to the country, and he'd talk to regular people. And they would say, the communism thing doesn't seem that hard to us. Why don't we just get rid of them? Why are we creating a talking shop about them? They're coming after us. Why don't we go after them in return? And Burnham says, they're right. They're right. That, by the way, is the origin of Buckley's really probably most famous comment. I'd rather be governed by the first 2,000 names in the Boston telephone book than by the faculty of Harvard University. It began with that if you listen, Buckley was a fantastic listener. People remember how much style he had as a talker. Great listener. He's hearing something else coming out there from the people, and he's also at his church. Goes to church every Sunday, right? His mother was a daily communicant. You know what that means. She went to Mass every single day. Buckley's very close to her. He didn't go every day. On Sunday, he wanted to hear the old classic Latin Mass. He's an altar boy. His fellow parishioners, they are not rich guys in Connecticut. It's the working class and middle class. Buckley actually has a lot more in common with them than people realize. And so does Joe McCarthy. So I'll add one more name to this thing, Stephen. It's interesting. William Case. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hang on, Sam. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to finish this entire story when we return to the War Room.
I got American power. I got American.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No. What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, silver near an all-time high, gold heading up there. It's not the price, it's the process. We've tried to teach you that or give you access to the tools that over the last couple of years, I guess the last 4 years, when gold was, I don't know, $1,100 an ounce. It's a process. Learn that from Birch Gold. Take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. Ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals, including silver. Don't forget it now, more expensive than a barrel of oil. And learn the process. Talk to Philip Patrick and the team, and Philip will be out at AmFest with us, hopefully tomorrow morning, to be part of the show. And he'll have a lot to say, but talk to Philip Patrick and his team today. Remember, learn why gold has been a hedge for, 3, 4, 5,000 years of mankind's history. You learn that you will know something quite important for your personal financial life. Sam Tannenhouse, continue on, sir.
Well, so they realize McCarthy's the voice they need, but you have to be careful because you have a large media landscape, what we call an ecosystem. It's a lot different back then. It's very easy to get cornered as being extremist, militant, and not permitted into the conversation. Buckley called them the racket club rules, right? Which is great because Buckley comes out of that background himself, and that's the genius of it. So he can. Now we call it code switching, right? You can talk to different groups of people in different ways. Buckley was a genius at that, again, because he's a great listener. I want to say something, by the way, about President Trump that I think gets missed. I was just telling a reporter this. Trump is a much better listener than people realize. Look how much of that first campaign came out of the talk radio he was absorbing. I mean, where do you think that language comes from? I wrote a piece, you may remember, about Josh Green's book about you and Donald Trump, one bestseller. And I mentioned how some of the language that candidate Trump used about the border came out of the language of Border Patrol people. at the time, 2015, 16, but was treated as this outrageous, kind of provocation. And people heard that language who were involved in border enforcement. This guy actually sounds like us. That was part of Buckley's thing, right? He's a great verbal guy. He's a word guy. He's a listener. He's an excellent musician. He speaks all these languages. Everything comes to him through his ears. He hears things and then turns them around, figures out how to do his own take on them. And McCarthy was the guy who unlocked the mystery for how to get the public to understand this threat.
In going forward, he realized too something important, and something very important for us today. Alex Jones on the show last night, in ending his analysis of the speech, said, "Cry havoc and unleash the dogs of information warfare." Buckley and Bozell and the rest realized in McCarthy getting banged up that it wasn't that he didn't have the facts. It wasn't that he didn't have a thing that people would rally around, but he had let other people craft the narrative or put the architecture around the narrative, and that's eventually what destroyed him. And they were determined not to allow that to happen to the conservative movement. Is that generally true?
Yeah, I'll tell you how Buckley knew this too, Steve. It's an episode in the book, really important. After Edward R. Murrow, the great CBS broadcaster, went after McCarthy, which he began to do, by the way, after McCarthy had begun to slide, right? He's very shrewd then. in the spring of 1954, he went after McCarthy very hard. And Buckley had been writing this book with Bozell. They're going through dossiers. If you look at this book, it was a bestseller, but one reason people were surprised by it, and McCarthy himself had trouble reading it, was it was so densely footnoted. It's constructed out of all these particular investigations of people's ideological histories, of their possible compromises when they're working in government and all the rest. And so Buckley had all the data. He's a young guy. He's a great debater, probably the greatest debater of his time. So Edward R. Murrow says to McCarthy, well, if you don't like, he said this on the air, how I've been treated, you can come on and rebut me. Well, McCarthy is now barnstorming through Wisconsin. Elections coming up, 1954. But McCarthy is the number one draw, by the way, for the Republicans in the midterms. So McCarthy says, well, I don't have time to talk to you, but I know a young guy who does. Bill Buckley will go on the air and refute you for 30 minutes. Buckley told me he's sitting at home watching on TV, the TV news, and McCarthy says this. He almost falls off his chair. He says, so they're going to let me go on the air and make the case for McCarthy's crusade? And then what happens? Murrow sends a telegram that says, this invitation, Senator McCarthy, is only for you. You can't have somebody else come on and make the case instead. Because he knew very well that if Buckley had that half hour, he'd be able to make a really strong case. He wanted nothing to do with Buckley. That's one reason Buckley had to start the magazine. If they're not going to platform him, as we say, in the mainstream media, where's he going to make the case? Start your own magazine. Just like nowadays, people start their own podcasts, they go online. Buckley was a pioneer of all that. If they won't let you into the club, start your own club.
Let's talk about that. National Review gets started, and then there's this issue, I guess these are maybe early 60s, and it kind of is not directly analogous, but it's some of the things that are going on today, where Tucker has somebody on his podcast, Nick Fuentes or others, and people melt down about it. McCarthy, and walk us through how this happened, because you had many elements in this coalition, and he realized you needed a coalition. But you had the John Birchers, which I will say, if you look back over some of the stuff before the Birchers maybe got a little too crazy, a lot of the stuff the Birchers stood for, it turned out to be right. You also had the objectivists, Ayn Rand. I'm not a libertarian, but it did have Alan Greenspan in there. And you might say, hey, it was kind of a weird cult, but they had some of the biggest thinkers. In fact, a guy that was one of the most powerful Federal Reserve chairs ever. Buckley made a decision at some point in time that though they needed to go, he needed to have the platform that determined who was in or who was out, who actually got heard and who didn't get heard. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, here's what happened, Steve. Buckley knew Ayn Rand. He'd met her through anti-communist circles in the 50s. And he also knew Robert Welch, the founder of the John Birch Society, who's really begun in a secret meeting in Indianapolis, late 1958. Organization started in 1959. Buckley supported Robert Welch and the Birch Society for a couple of years. He thought they were great. They're getting the grassroots people out there. Who's going to knock on the doors to get people to the polls on primary day? Who's going to get them out to vote for conservative candidates? Welch was doing this through his organization. Ayn Rand, Buckley was a little, he was like you. You know, he's not sure he loves the totally libertarian atheist argument. The first time Buckley met Ayn Rand, Buckley said this. She said to him, "Mr. Buckley, you're too intelligent to believe in God." And Buckley said, "I didn't love hearing that." You know, he liked her first novel, The Fountainhead. But then when Atlas Shrugged came out, that's her magnum opus, Buckley was uncomfortable with it because of the atheism, because he thinks anti-communism, and, you know, Ayn Rand was a Russian emigre, Jewish Russian emigre. He thinks it has to be fought through a kind of moral religious crusade. So he says, all right, who's the best writer I've got who can take down Ayn Rand? Oh, I know, Whittaker Chambers, one of the greatest writers alive. So he takes Ayn Rand down in National Review. Now, that was in 1957. The Birchers come next. And Buckley, if you look, and I have this in the book, if you look at the early issues of National Review when the John Birch Society was founded, Buckley was all for it. He says, this guy's organizing at the grassroots level. Buckley and his friends will do the intellectual combat, right? Buckley would go to campus, and I'm hearing now from people who say, they remind me of Charlie Kirk. Go on campus, bring your best debater on, I will take him on. But there are other people who aren't on college campuses. And the John Birch Society, through Robert Welch, is organizing them in chapters. That it's actually modeled. Welch did not deny this. In fact, he was proud of it. It's modeled on the American Communist Party. We're going to have small cells. We're going to educate people in the community, and they will carry the fight. Hey, you got some leftists on your school board there. Do we really want them? Let's have a campaign. Let's have a vote. So Buckley likes them. But then what happens is, and we know about this, you're right, Steve, this is where the parallel comes in. In his own writings, Welch was very conspiratorial minded. You know, now look, Vice President Vance just told us, I believe in conspiracies that are true. Well, Welch got involved in a conspiracy that wasn't true. He was really convinced that Dwight Eisenhower was a communist agent. And Buckley at first said, so what? If that's what he thinks, he's allowed to think it. As they called them, the little old ladies in tennis sneakers and the retired generals and businessmen in small towns who are, by the way, the backbone of the John Birch Society, right? These are very upstanding citizens, right? He says, they're not saying this stuff. Who cares what Robert Welch said? Well, the media took advantage of it. Yeah.
Hang on a second. I want to get to the punchline after a short break. Sam Tannenhouse, make sure you got time to give it as a Christmas gift. Buckley, The Life and the Revolution That Changed America. If you want to understand MAGA and where MAGA came from, the roots, we've kind of gone in a different direction, but you got to understand Buckley and the Buckley Conservative Revolution. Short commercial break. Sam Tannenhouse next.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Citizen Kane over at Citizens Free Press, by the way, that was ranked the 15th most powerful media operation by Mediaite, so a hat tip to Kane. They put up a story that by 2035, $2 trillion a year we will spend in interest on the national debt. Think about that, $2 trillion a year on interest. Scott Bessent's running the IRS now, and also being Secretary of Treasury. They're going to get every penny they think they're owed. Now, I know you may have a different opinion, what you think you owe them. Therein lies the rub, and that's why you need Tax Network USA, 800-958-1000. Tell them the War Room sent you. Tell them Bannon sent you. They'll give you a free consultation They've heard it all before. There's nothing on any of those letters you have in the drawer IRS is saying that you've done or failed to do that they haven't seen and worked out. But you got to get in touch with them. 800-958-1000. Particularly do it year end. The IRS is in the business of making deals year end. Do it today. 1-800-958-1000. Tax Network USA. Go check it out. Also, Home Title Lock. Make sure on Home Title Lock, every dream you've ever had is in that home. If you're lucky enough to own one, the average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old. That's not acceptable. President Trump's working on it. Make sure that ownership of your home doesn't turn into a nightmare with either AI, advanced cyber, rogue lawyer, accountant, rogue relative, maybe someone close to you. Get into that title and take out a, hard money loan from a hard money lender that you got to pay back. HometitleLock.com, promo code Steve or promo code Bannon. Is it Bannon or Steve? I think it's Steve. They give you 14 days free on the $1 million triple lock protection. Check it out. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team at Home Title Lock. Do it today on both of those. Take away the anxiety, take away the angst. Get it done today. Sam Tannenhouse, continue, sir. These are so good. I could sit here all day and do it.
Well,
hang on.
Yeah.
First off, the book just got, audience, we never give you chop liver here. The book just got nominated for one of the most prestigious award in biography. What is it?
It's called the National Book Critics Circle Award, Steve. It's critics across the country, so it's one of 10 books. They're all great books, obviously. But there it is, and the publisher told me about this the other day. Very pleased about it. So this is their long list. Then they cut it down to another group, and the winner, will be announced. And prices are nice. I mean, I've been up for a few. I've even, won one or two, and it's great. But it's really about getting the book out there, so readers get at it. And so this is, it's like a certification, a gold seal, so I'm very happy about that. But let's get on to the important stuff here, which is that Buckley realizes the John Birch Society is doing really good work, and he's all for them. The problem is Welch has got these extreme theories, and while the rank and file don't pay attention to them, guess who does? The media is all over it. And so they create stories. They're publishing stories all the time. Give an example. We think we're living in sort of extreme times now. In 1959, or a little later, 1960, 61, the John Birch Society is now really big. And it's, at the most, maybe it's 40 or 50,000 members. Could be less than that. Some have said as many as 100,000. But that's enough if they're organized to make a difference in politics and in communities, which is what they're all about. So Robert Welch announces they're going to have a college competition to see who can write the best essay saying the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Earl Warren, should be impeached. And it's going to be an essay that makes the constitutional case for removing him. The New York Times reported that on page 1, as if it's an invasion coming from Mars. It's an essay contest. But they managed to scare people about it. And Welch himself doesn't get it. He viewed himself as an educator, right? All this is in my book. So Buckley says, okay, now we have a problem. The problem
but hang on. I want to bring because this is analogous to the Trump movement, and people don't lose this. The two things that Welch went after, Eisenhower, and there was it sounds crazy in the surface, but he did have some logic to it, internal logic. It made sense to him.
Yeah.
Eisenhower was a Republican president. Earl Warren was a Republican Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. It's not like he's going after people that they considered the established order of the Republican and Conservative Party, correct?
Correct. Earl Warren was put on the Supreme Court in part because he had been a pretty strong contender in 1952 to be president. He'd been on the Republican ticket as a vice president in 1948. He's Republican establishment. One of his proteges, a guy named Bill Noland, was far to the right of Nixon from California. It's the Republican establishment. The National Review and Buckley had their own term for it. They called it the liberal establishment, capital L, capital E. You had to keep telling the editors at Random House, no, you can't lowercase it. It's the liberal establishment because they saw it as going across both parties. You know, what we would call a blob or something, or deep state today. That if you go in the big kind of muddle middle, the two parties kind of sound like each other. This is what Buckley's genius was, to lead an insurgency against it. You wouldn't know anything about that, Steve. They didn't have conservatism Inc. back then. You know, you and some other people came up with that term. It didn't exist. It didn't exist when I wrote my little book on conservatism 15 years ago on how the establishment was coming apart. I didn't use that term. It didn't exist. Well, Buckley and company see the same thing. Robert Welch, they realize, is very effective, but they also know that establishment is going to do what you always do with a movement, is you go to the person at the top. Buckley first wrote a brilliant defense of Robert Welch, defense in National Review, 1961. And he says, listen, what liberals like even less than a weak conservative movement is a strong conservative movement. That's their fear. And Welch is making it stronger. But once Welch himself became super vulnerable because he can't stop himself, he goes on television and he starts repeating this stuff about Eisenhower. And Buckley and others are saying, this is not going to work. So, Steve, here's who got together in a private hotel room in, interesting, wait for it, Palm Beach, to figure out what to do about it. Bill Buckley was one. The great conservative writer and thinker Russell Kirk was another. And a senator who is kind of making waves from Arizona, who comes in dressed like a cowboy, named Barry Goldwater. Buckley wrote a great account of it, a reminiscence to the end of his life. And he said, Barry Goldwater had a briefcase, but if he ever opened it, that entire meeting at the Breakers, I never saw him do it. They're there, and they agree. Welch is the problem, not the Birchers, Welch himself. So Buckley even warned him, because he liked Welch. Buckley kind of liked everybody. And he said, look, you're going to see me coming after you. I am not coming after the organization, but I'm saying we have a problem with you. So they organized. Buckley wrote the great attack on him in National Review. Russell Kirk, who was super respected in the intellectual world, wrote articles in America, liberal Jesuit Catholic magazine, going after Welch. And Goldwater told reporters, he told journalists, we need to get rid of this guy. What do the reporters in the mainstream press do? They leave it out on their stories in Goldwater. They want to still pin the Birchers on him. Goldwater couldn't believe it. He said, I talked to this guy from the New York Times, and I told him we're getting rid of Welch, and he wouldn't report it. So you think this stuff happens in later times? It was happening even more back then. So Buckley realized we're in it alone. We're going to have to make the case in a way that will finally get some props from the establishment. So
All right, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night, December 17th. We are gearing up for President Donald John Trump to address the nation 9 p.m. from the White House. And we have had the A-team on the ground here today. Brian Glenn was at the White House, David Zier, the great John Solomon, Mark Serrano, getting you set on what we expect, what we'd like to hear from the President of the United States here tonight. Please let me bring in and welcome, not only to the show, but here to the network, the one and only. You see him each and every morning, 10 to 12, 5 to 6. The one and only Steve Bannon. Mr. Bannon, welcome on in. How are you?
Damon, thank you so much. Looking forward to this night. Give me your thoughts. What are you looking for? You guys are pretty hard hitting up there in Long Island. We got to win Long Island. We got to sweep out there in the midterms. What are you guys looking for tonight?
Well, we know we've talked to John and Mark and everybody tonight, and I tried not to make it too simple, but I said to John, it seems to me that the president tonight, his job as we think about kicking off the midterms, is to make the very simple argument of maybe not so much are you better off than you were, but maybe the simple argument of us versus them. Maybe this is taken a little bit. Some people think things are still unaffordable. They look around and they see things maybe not happening as fast as they like to. But the president tonight, I think, can make the argument us versus them in the long term. Capitalism, upward mobility, free markets, you controlling your own life, less government, less taxes, less regulation is still the recipe for the American dream and for success in this country. And you voted for me for a reason, and we are out here doing it. We've done things in 10 months that no one has ever seen before. But yet, I think the president takes maybe a little more serious and somber tone. Of it's not all going to be, hey, we're the best, and look at all we've done. But we're going to balance that with this is still the winning recipe for your life, as opposed to what we're about to see undertaken in New York City and other places like that.
Damon, is the Mac Daddy on Drudge says reset. Do you see this in the guys at 6B? Do you guys see it more as is it a reset or is a talk about finish what we started?
I mean, I'll toss it around to the guys here. I don't necessarily have to see it as a reset, at least from the president's point of view, because you look at the president's number, and I've been listening to Mark Mitchell on your shows. And the president's numbers are on the rebound. The people who maybe need the reset is in the House and in the Senate, in Congress, and guys like John Thune standing there mucking it up, but acting like they're actually trying to be helpful to the president. I think that's where we need a reset. We need a reset in primaries. We need a reset in candidates. We need a reset there. But I don't think the president of the United States needs a reset. I think he can still make the case of, you elected me for a reason. I'm doing it. You may not be feeling it completely, totally, 100% yet, but you will. If you trust us, we will get you there. So I don't think it's a reset. Delgado, what do you think? I don't hear Delgado.
Hey, Steve. I don't see it as a reset either. I said this once the campaign and the election was over in 2024 is don't get comfortable, because this doesn't mean we won. This just means the game is now started. And I feel like this is the next inning. This is maybe the second inning we're heading into, because this first inning of the last 10, 11 months has been a hard-hitting operation. And there's a lot. You know what? It's one thing we've seen not only from D.C., because those swamp animals, but also from the American people. They get very, very comfortable with things the way they're done, and nobody wants to see change. And I think the rapid-fire change is what we're going to start to see unfold in this next year coming up, especially when it comes to the economy. And I applaud the president and Susie Wiles for saying, you know what, I'm going to be getting the president out there campaigning like it's the election all over again, because that's what it is. If we don't win the midterms, he will be under attack those last 2 years with impeachments, you name it, everything under the sun from the Democrat.
Guys, hang on for 1 second. I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. Let's go to our own John Solomon in our D.C. studio. John Solomon, is this a reset tonight, or is it a marker along finish what we started?
Listen, you can't take Matt Drudge's side anymore seriously. It's become an anti-Trump screed of extraordinary proportion. If he knew what was going on in the White House, he might be able to report it more effectively. Listen, most of what the president said he was going to do is on a checklist. You can check it down. I think the problem is that most of the reporting coverage has been on overseas matters, and Americans are still wondering, what about us? All right, I know he got all the things done, but it doesn't quite feel like it's hit our dinner table. I compare the moment we're in now to the moment in the summer and fall of '92, where George Bush was saying, the economy is getting better. By the way, it was getting better. We were coming out of recession, but the impact of that revival is months away. The good news, or the bad news for George Bush, is the reality at the dinner table didn't hit until after Bill Clinton was president. For Donald Trump, the reality of what he did this year is going to hit in the first and second quarter of next year. And you're going to see optimism and excitement, and there's no amount of stunts that the Democrats can pull that will take away the fact that interest rates will be down and people have more spending money. In December, there are always two big indicators of what sort of economy we have. The first is the small business optimism. Small business optimism went up in November and December in the polling that we're seeing. And two, how were Christmas sales? And Black Friday was an all-time digital record online, and Cyber Monday similarly. So people are spending more money. They don't spend more money if they feel like they're heading into a bad year. And so the narrative that the Democrats and the media keep telling people, they keep shoving that spoon in our mouth, saying it's a bad economy, but in fact it isn't. And Donald Trump will be able to show that, because it'll feel that way in March, April, May, June of next year. That's what Scott Bessent's saying. And by the way, that's what even Democrat economists are telling me right now.
Brian Glenn at the White House, what do you got for me?
Yeah, good evening, Steve. We're about, 7 minutes away from this speech. Now, this is a little different traditionally what you've seen from President Trump. This will be taking place in what they call the diplomatic reception room. That is on the ground floor from the South Lawn. That's typically a reception area for heads of state and dignitaries of that. This is one of 3 rooms in the residence side of the White House. So it's going to have a little different feel than the traditional Oval Office behind the desk, but nevertheless a few minutes away. And I agree 100% with what John Solomon just said. I think you're going to really address some of the kitchen table issues, less of Wall Street and more on Main Street, and how looking ahead can be a better life for Americans going into the 2026 midterms.
To Solomon's point, we're going to do it in the diplomatic reception room, correct? Not in the Oval Office night, diplomatic reception room. Tell people physically, where is that? You've been with the president a lot. Where is this going to be located?
Okay, this is on the South Lawn. It's adjacent to the South Lawn today. I had a brief moment to kind of look in that direction when he made his arrival back to the White House, but it's on the ground floor of the residence portion of the White House. It's not in the Oval Office. It's not a structured room like that. There's 3 oval rooms in this residence portion of the White House, and this is typically where they receive heads of state. So it's kind of will be a unique look, if you will, Steve, tonight, as we have not seen President Trump do a formal speech from that room. From what I can tell, this year, it's usually been in the East Room or the Oval Office, or even on the South Lawn or some of the front North Lawn here behind me. But tonight will be a very special moment. Maybe it sets in a little different tone of what you can see. Maybe it's a softer look for President Trump rather than behind a desk, a formal desk in the Oval Office. But we are about 5 minutes away. From what I understand, Steve, this speech will be about 20 to 30 minutes as it reads. But as we know, President Trump likes to sometimes go off the script. We might see a little ad lib in there. But I don't think we're going to have a long speech tonight, 20, 30 minutes max. And as John Solomon said, it's really going to hammer home more on kitchen table issues, less than Wall Street, and what people can look ahead for 2026.
Hang on. Solomon, I'm not so sure. I think the broadcast is giving you 20 minutes. I mean, you may go over, but this, the broadcast is very hesitant to do this unless they will give you an address from the White House in the 20 minutes if you've got something to say. Now, the question is, was this tied to the Vanity Fair piece? I mean, why all of a sudden did the president want to address the nation about how we've done in 2025? Don't get me wrong, that's great. And traditionally, as you know, brother, you've been around a lot longer than Brian Glenn and I. Yeah. The president traditionally has an end-of-year press conference, but since we do a presser from every day, it seems like, in a bilat, why did the White House call for this? And why did broadcast TV agree to give him 20 to 30 minutes?
Well, first off, he started planning this speech 3 weeks ago. They were drafting it 2 weeks ago. I saw an early draft 2 weeks ago floating around the White House. And so this has been planned for a while. Because he's so omnipresent in press conferences and answering questions, it's not an effective tool to snap attention in the American home, right? We're out getting Christmas shopping. We're doing our things. You got kids to soccer games and homework. And so doing it from the White House made it official, it interrupts your primetime programming, and people are going to pay attention to it because this isn't a conversation he wants filtered through the media or through the pundits. He wants to talk directly into the camera to those people in their living room right now whose lives he knows he's affecting for the better, but it hasn't all settled in yet. And so this was planned for 2 or 3 weeks. It wasn't a knee-jerk. They kept it so quiet. I mean, I've been reporting on my show for 2 weeks he's going to do it, but they kept it quiet until yesterday because they're a more disciplined White House than the old White House. In the old White House, this would have been leaked like 3 minutes after the president first came up with the idea.
David Zier, you're up at the Capitol. Damon Roberts and others that have been here tonight said, hey, the laggards in this entire process are is particularly the House and the Senate that keep blocking President Trump. And I'm talking about Republicans. Your thoughts? We got about a minute before showtime. What do you got for us?
I wanted to just say that the campaign trail, being on the trail for years, talking to thousands of people, the culinary workers, the no tax on tips and overtime, the early voters came out in Nevada and helped to win. But particularly North Carolina, 47% of the 36% of the vote, which is unaffiliated, were 18 to 29 years old. They voted for Trump, 14 plus for Trump in white males in that age group. He's got to capture and address the young people. High-tech jobs, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the Research Triangle, they still can't buy homes in North Carolina. So that's like a bellwether. They may pick up another congressional seat there, by the way. It'll be 11 or 14. But these young people have to be addressed because they're being snake charmed by the DSA. And I'm afraid that's going to affect the midterms. He's got to address the young people.
And addressing young people, housing affordability, the access to get through a massive building program for houses in the country, interest rates.
Well,
housing.
I don't know if it's a massive building program. Yeah.
No,
I
ahead.
think he's got to get 4% interest rates. 4% interest rates are what we need.
Okay, sir. David, you hang right there at the Capitol. We've got, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the diplomatic reception room in a moment. We have John Solomon in Washington, D.C. at the anchor desk. We've got Damon Roberts up with the 6B folks. We're going to have Jack Posobiec's going to join me. We've got Brian Glenn at the White House. Steve Gruber's going to join us. We're going to go directly to the White House when the president commences. He's going to address the nation. All of Broadcast TV picks it up tonight. We really appreciate the fact that you are here with us on Real America's Voice. We're going to have Alex Jones, many others. We're going to go to at least 11 o'clock. We're going to get all the analysis and all the observations in here. As I said, it's very unusual for Broadcast TV to turn over to the president to address the nation. But as John Solomon says, he wants this unfiltered. All the press briefings he does during the day is filtered by the mainstream media with those snarky questions and really hateful, spiteful attacks on the president. So tonight the president will give us a 20 or 30-minute address directly from the Oval Office. It will not be from the diplomatic reception room that is right off the South Lawn as you walk in there. We had our own Brian Glenn check it out, case it out earlier. We have a full crew of Real America's Voice. And we're going to come back and get all the analysis possible. John Solomon, how many weeks in preparation were they working on this speech?
About 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks. And in total silence, which shows you the discipline of this White House. It's important. They've known since mid-November that they had to recalibrate the compass in the messaging. And tonight is the beginning of that start. Quite frankly, I thought J.D. Vance's speech in Pennsylvania, the president's speech in Pennsylvania, was really beginning of that. It's not helping to address this one concern that Americans have, and they got a great amount of data and story to tell for it. Tonight, that process begins.
Tucker was on the Judge Napolitani, and he said there might be some discussion of, particularly they briefed the Hill, and it might be about going to war in Venezuela.
I wouldn't be surprised that he'll explain why. He's already told us that he's going to take some land action at some point, right? He did that on Thanksgiving Day. I think he'll do that. I think he could also use Venezuela to remind people, if you like a Mondani, just look what Maduro and his predecessor did in Venezuela. It took the second greatest economy in the Western Hemisphere and brought it to its knees. We're not going to let Democrats do that. You cannot afford to put Democrats back in charge. I think he'll make a case not only tonight, but in the coming months. I think you're going to see a hyphenated name. Maduro Madami. I think you're gonna. It's going to be put together. It's going to sound like a married name when we're done.
When they briefed John, did they get up close to the War Powers Act? I mean, the president's been talking about he's got 14,000 fleet Marines and sailors down there, a carrier strike group, amphibious ready group. I mean, they've got a lot of material, a lot of men, a lot of material. These briefings on the Hill, how have they been?
Well, they worked well enough that today the Democrats failed in getting a War Powers Act vote in the House, and so whatever they said there was good. I think they're comparing it to things like what President Reagan did in Grenada, and that this is really an extension of the terrorism.
Let's go to the president right now.
I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, because prices making life unaffordable for millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress legislation to help close the border? Always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We have broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, and ended the war in Gaza, first time in 3,000 years, peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22% and in many states 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now, under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden year. The price of eggs is down 80% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway. You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. Years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen, AI, automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail, totally failed. Now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even
Country people are funny. Let's see. Yes. Nope. Yeah, la 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 la. Who go remain for outside among all the governors? Who will not join APC? I think that should be the question we should be asking. Who will not join APC? Who will not join APC? How many governors did they will not be APC self? Whether Soludo, OT. I can say OT go get in before election. Who again? Um. Who no be APC? PDP. Oboriwori. I go to the Koran Delta. So. Rivers is gone. So that should be the question that I'm looking forward to get answered. Who will remain? If this one party system, which I believe has been on since the inception of this Fourth Republic, but if they want to visualize it, I don't think I have anything wrong with that. If that will change anything at all, just a kidnap worshiper any song. Okay. Man, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Don't look at the chairman to cancel in Borno. Let's see. Whew. God damn. I will need Asan to come and explain. Boy, it's crazy. Oh. There's nothing to say. We'll go see anybody in their political shit.
as if everybody did festive mood already. Everybody is giving a thank you tour, appreciation tour. By next week, with the year what transpires, everybody could close the markets. Then we'll go into projection. How the year is going to be. Oh.
All right, for more on the amendment of the Electoral Act 2022 for mandatory transmission of results and alleged distortion of the new tax law, we're joined now by Adebayo Balogun, who's the Chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters. Good to have you on Newsnight, Honorable.
Good evening.
Well, you've got your job cut out for you. Every time we have to come back to the Electoral Act to, amend, to tweak it here and there. But then again, the question is there the political will to enforce this electoral, legal framework to guide our elections? That seems to be where the challenge is. But to what extent really will this, amendment address, number one, ambiguities around deployment of technology? Because we're hearing that there will be mandatory electronic transmission of results. How mandatory will it be, indeed?
Well, actually, when it comes to the issue of transmission, what we've just done is just to, change the word transfer, which was actually used before, to transmit, which actually meant the same thing.
Right.
But sometimes, at least, you have to make possible. Actually, the words that they are comfortable with Nigerian ones, and we have actually put it there as transmission. But in operation, the problem had been, okay, every part of Nigeria is not Abuja of Lagos. Even in Abuja and Lagos, you still have breaking transmission. Some of the time you have live programs and the network fails or something like that. So what you must do is that once the result is ready, you must snap it and send. But it's a different thing getting there real time or delayed, because if there's no service, it will not get. But you must do it in presence of all the agents. Right. Snap and send. Once you have done that part, as the presiding officer, you have done your own. But so probably by the time you get to your headquarters, it will send, because there are some remote areas in Nigeria that you might not get service. So we have, because the punishment now is higher.
5 years.
5 years. So, and this presiding officer are 90% youth corpers. And we also must be careful, so that, okay, you must let what is your role? Your role is to ensure, and people are there at the election venue now with their cameras. People will snap you. They will see you be able to prove that I have done my part. Then it's the work providers. So that is where we are.
Okay. And lawmaker, may I ask you what has motivated this decision, particularly on mandatory transmission of results? Because as you recall, the Supreme Court had clearly said after the 2023 elections that INEC does have the discretion over how results are transmitted. So why is the House of Representatives now overriding that decision of the Supreme Court through legislative action? I just want to know what is motivating. What do you hope to achieve by forcing INEC to mandatorily, upload results? Is it because of the 2023 election? Were you affected as politicians? What exactly is motivating this decision?
No, like I said, it's been there. It said transfer. What people are saying that transfer does not mean transmit. So that means we don't really change anything. It's just symmetry. But perception
But there's
is
an
very
inclusion
important.
of mandatory.
But perception is very important because when you say you must transfer, yes, it has been there, but the only word we change is now transmit instead of transfer. But what we are saying is, as far as the perception is there, that if you don't do it, that means you are hiding something, then put it the way the people want. But what the Supreme Court has given verdict on is that the RF is not what the issue of RF is about is that, and you post, it goes to the RF. It's like a back end for INEC. That is not where INEC will start collating. It's not a digital thing. It's like a photocopy that you send. It's not going to start automatically adding the sum together. But as long as Nigerians are concerned, we want you to do it. But the most important part, the most important element that have changed things in Nigeria to the electoral process is the beavers, the accreditation system. Right. And that's why you can easily get overvoting now. And that's what caused the heated debate that you saw. Because once you are able to ensure that accreditation is digital and is foolproof, you have solved 90% of the electoral process. Before the advent of the beavers, people wait for interland, the rural areas, to bring in large votes, larger than the metropolitan. That means these are cooked up figures. But now, because of beavers, those areas can no longer chunk in those large figures again. And that's what really happened in the last election when people said, oh, there was a voter apathy. No, if you really see the physical turnout, you know that people turned out more in the last election, especially the Gen Zs. But because you are used to this declaring high figures before, because there was no proper accreditation. Because you are able to take care of accreditation, you've taken care of 90% of the electoral process. So if you have been able to do any fraud, transmitting it real time or no real time wouldn't matter to the politician again. Once I'm able to increase the number, influence the number, and then now transmit whatever result we put up. So our beavers is the main.
It will take care of that problem.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about post-election litigation, which this amendment seeks to address. And of course, post-election litigation before now has taken away electoral power from the electorate as the final arbiter of the election, where you have the law courts declaring, the winners to a very large extent. Generally, how will this new amendment or alterations impact our electoral process going forward?
Talking about the post-election litigation, most of these, as far as the litigation is concerned, the areas that face that are actually in the electoral, constitutional review, because it's the constitution that's determining the timing of the pre-election matters and time for the election. But what we want to say, because we have to work together, both the Electoral Act and the constitutional review, we have to agree that our objective now is to ensure that we reduce the time for the litigation so that we can conclude the pre-election matters before the general election. Because we find out that most of the cases they take to the post-election are actually pre-election matters. Right. If you look at the presidential tribunal, litigation, it was more about qualification or some other cases. No, we are not really talking about the main election. Probably the vote was deducted here or added here. It was more. So these issues would have been pre-election matters. So by the time we come up with the constitutional review now, you will see where these areas have been actually worked on. We want to ensure that all these litigation periods are actually reduced. But if we are able to conclude the pre-election matters before the general election, that means there will be little or nothing to do after the general election. The litigation process will now be reduced to minimum. Because look at what happened in Jos, Plateau, where pre-election matters was used to now decide the election of people who are already been sworn into office. These are the qualifications because of their primaries. So we want to ensure that that will not happen again.
Okay. All right. Honorable Lawmaker, for many Nigerians, when they look back at the controversies that surrounded the 2023 elections, which is what you're mainly trying to address here, they feel that the issue was not law. It was not the absence of law or legal mandates for INEC. It was selective enforcement or capacity of the electoral body to carry out its functions. So how, what assurances are you giving to Nigerians that beyond these alterations you've made, they will be carried out to the letter? Because you have laws, but they just remain on paper. That's the issue we have.
You see, let's be fair with the electoral body. You see, although some people said probably maybe INEC overpromised. Maybe they overpromised beyond what was in the papers, because they said the INEC at that period said the transmission would be real time, and they gave them the impression that you'll be seeing like you're watching CNN where numbers are just changing. But it was never like that. That was not what the law says. So sometimes perception is very important, and we must give them the right perception, and that's why we must do a lot of voter education. Let people understand what to expect, because there was over-expectation. That's what caused the last problem. Not that there was a major problem, but because what people are expecting was different from what they met.
But it's interesting you say that, and I have to follow up on this, because when we saw the election results for the National Assemblies, where you come under, the results were uploaded. But on the other hand, the presidential results were not uploaded. And that was a major controversy around the election.
No, you see,
so it's not about over-promising and under-promising.
Now, let me tell you something. Yes. The elections were held simultaneously.
Yes.
Did they snap one? I didn't snap one. They snapped everything together.
But some were uploaded, some were not uploaded.
No, you see, it was actually because people were not interested about the assembly and the rep and the senate. They were interested about the national and the presidential.
Naturally.
They were president. So, like I said, you can send it and it didn't go real time because of the location. The one of Lagos will go immediately. The one of Abuja will go immediately. You see, many people that were even complaining, they have not even opened the RF to even check their own results. Many people that are complaining, I'm sure if you have tried it, have you checked your own address to even see if the result in your own unit came up or not?
I mean, for subsequent elections, it did work. But for the 2023 elections, that didn't work.
You see, this is the 2023 we're still talking about.
Yes.
I'm telling you that it worked, but people said it didn't come immediately.
Yes, it took days.
It speaks to the political will.
Few hours.
Just like it's been.
But many people that were even complaining didn't even check.
Right.
Like they said.
Honorable, it speaks to the issue of political will to actually enforce what the laws say. It's one thing for you to come up with this amazing electoral laws or constitutional laws and what have you, but the enforcement, the willpower, political will to actually do the right thing. Besides, how will all of this strengthen INEC's powers? Because many are saying, break up INEC so that it's more efficient. How do you strengthen INEC more to actually do its work in conducting the successful
I think
election?
the first thing we will do this time around, which we have already started, and we see even at the committee level, I've always been attending various interviews to ensure that we talk to the people and we let them understand the process. In fact, let's take what we just finished, the bills we just amended now. Even some bills that are actually held to my heart, that were so dear to me, were dropped. Even as far as notwithstanding the fact that I'm the chairman of the committee, when you go, it's about the majority. Even the one that we're arguing about, someone brought it in and some people felt it should not pass. So sometimes it's about people ensuring that they also work back in their own constituency, talk to your members that, so bill, we are interested in it. Please support it. Because after the committee work, we bring it to the committee of whole. It is what is decided there that matters, not even what we do. So, but people don't really understand these things. They feel, you want to do, you didn't do it. It's about everybody. So after we finish that, now let's go on to implementation. Most of them, like I said, sometimes we don't even get to understand what the laws actually says. And looking about the unbundling of INEC, yes, we actually are working on the on this Electoral Offences Commission bill, which will be trying electoral offenders, and also we are trying to remove some part of the voter education activities, probably put it with NOAA, National Orientation Agency,
Okay.
so that they part of their own program. Some people are talking about, okay, let's create another body for the political parties, so that issue of political party registration and party primaries will no longer be under INEC. But these are proposals under the constitutional review.
Right.
By the time we conclude it, we'll know if it flies or not.
A very good place to leave it. Thank you so much, Honorable Lawmaker, for being here. Honorable Adebayo Balogun is the Chairman, House Committee on Electoral Matters. Thank you.